It's Saturday.
That's right. It's that time. Good morning, everybody. We are here, Convene 24 virtual. So we did a Convene 23 live last year. We're looking for a Convene 24 face-to-face coming up in the fall of this year. So excited, Jeff, that you're here. And Doc, how are y'all doing today?
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's
Doing
early.
great.
It's early for you in that old central time frame that you're in over there from St. Louis. Hey,
Yep.
thanks for being on with me, guys. I really appreciate it. This is important. We really want to take the time today to highlight, a lot about what is going on with Convene, who we are, what makes us different than other platforms, and also to highlight some of the big success stories that we're having inside of Convene. And we're going to bring out throughout the day some of our guests. Our schedule goes all the way from this morning, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern time to 3:30 with 15-minute breaks going on in between each session. But we're going to go from talking about success stories all the way to actually showing you how to build groups inside of Convene, how to build experiences. And we're talking about strategies that people are using that are succeeding and leveraging the platform, and then the Q&A towards the end. So really appreciate everybody being here. Hop in, hop out, invite people to come along and watch. This group will be built. That's actually what we're going to do. We're going to actually build the event group, and it will be inside of the Convene community inside of Convene. So thanks a lot for being on. And Jeff, what do you got?
I'm pretty excited about today. I think it's going to be a fantastic day. I love the fact that we're building out the group, the Convene 24 group while we're live, and showing people not only how to do it, but then also getting our videos and content and everything in it. I think that's going to be pretty awesome.
Yeah, one of the things is it's doing it that way. When we're building out the group, we're going to show people, and then just how we're doing it. We want to show people how they can run a live virtual event just like this. And Doc is a huge help to that. And he's building out a class. We'll talk about that throughout the day in the podcasting community that talks to people about just doing events like this, because it's not just about the Convene community events. We want all of our community leaders, all our groups to be able to do the same thing and replicate it.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome. Doc, you're doing a great job with everything, helping Convene out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Matt, you just mentioned it. Maybe a good way to just do a quick start is, why don't you recap Convene 23, the first ever Convene event, and tell us what that was all about, and then how we're going to transition into Convene 24 here virtually, and then even face-to-face in the fall.
Yeah. So to talk about that is, I believe with Convene and then what we're trying to do is that we all have a story. We all have something to bring. So, if you're a content creator, you're somebody who has a group or organization, you want to be seen. That's part of the content creator platform, is that you want to be on stage, you want to be seen, you want to tell your story. And, one of the things that's really big to us is live events plus virtual events as well. We want to be able to set things up to where we give people that stage to be able to come and really highlight what they're doing. So if I were to tier it up, the platforms down here as a resource, these events and speaking events, and either whether it be virtual or whether that be an event live, is very important to anybody who's a content creator. Very important. So we really, really want to create these events. And that's the big plan, is to do them live and virtual. But we want to give people the stage to tell their story, to show their success. If I were to do, real quick, if I were to do a TED Talk or something like that, I get to talk about my topic. We want people to be able to talk about their story and their why, and why they're out there impacting. And that's what Convene 23 was. It was our live event that we did.
Yeah, it was a great event. I remember I mean, you were talking about bringing people up on stage and they want to talk about it. We had some great speakers, not only people that, excuse me, that were already with Convene, but, people that were helping out behind the scenes, talking about leadership and how we really kind of started the platform and started the idea. And then I can count, 5, 6, 7 people that from that event that just came to participate and watch, be a part of it, have now started really flourishing inside the platform with their groups and their communities. So it was a really good event. Yeah. So.
Well, absolutely. You're going to hear from Dr. Mel later today, and she came as a participant last year, and she's one of the community leaders for the health and wellness community and doing great things inside of it. Well, she was there just as a participant. She wasn't a speaker last year. Doc
Right.
was there. Doc was helping us with a lot of the videos
Yeah.
and stuff last year, but now he's the leader of the Convene, Podcast Central community and all that. So,
Yeah.
we're growing, and that's the great thing for
Yes.
sure.
No, it was awesome. So, and then, transitioning to the virtual event, very similar, obviously, but different, obviously, since we're online, but it's going
Yeah.
to have some people back on that have been with us for a while, aka Lisa, right, is
Yeah.
one of them, and then some people that have come on new. And you just talked about Mel, and we got a couple others coming in, and also people that have been with us. And I'll use Kate as the example. Kate's been with us for a while, but is transitioning into a different community, a different platform, a different way of using Convene, and so I know she's going to talk a little bit about that. So
Yeah.
that's pretty exciting for today.
It is, and it'd be great if everybody sat here from 9 o'clock a.m. to 3:30. That is a long day, but
You're
so what we
telling
do is,
me.
I know, that's right. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. But what we do is we build it out, and
Yeah,
we'll take it and we'll build it out, and we'll put it into a free group inside of the Convene community. So you'll actually be able to come back later today and watch all the sessions, and that's kind of key because it becomes. We'll show you how Convene, the platform itself, can be the resource to your events and all that. So
yeah,
that's really what you want. When I originally
right,
created Convene, it had a lot to do with I was out speaking at conferences, I was out doing things, but I needed a leave behind. I needed a way to
yeah,
walk away from those events and still drive business into a collaborative group.
yeah, but still also interact with those people as well, right?
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, a lot of the people, the key is if I'm going to take your content, I'm going to, want to learn from you because I see you speak at a conference or I, have engagement with you. Well, you're the person I want access to. And that's the
hmm,
difference between us. And that's the difference between, what we do compared to other platforms. It's very collaborative and we
yeah,
do things in groups. We don't just put a 10 steps course out there. Like, for example, you're a soccer coach, Jeff. We don't put a 10-step course to learning how to dribble a soccer ball better,
yeah,
or how to shoot or whatever it might be,
right.
that you're building on. you know we're actually giving access to you, so
Yeah.
you're the
Well,
coach, you're the people
let's
that come.
go back just a bit. You just talked about how a couple of different ways we're different from other platforms, and that's going to be a major topic chunk of Convene here today, especially this morning. Is how are we different? Like, what does Convene do that's different than other platforms? As you know, I had a little email exchange with a gentleman that has some great content on coaching and players, athletes, and I said, hey, would love to get on Zoom with you and talk about your content and how you can get on Convene. And because he sends out these great newsletters, and I've
Mhm.
been to the website that he's on. It's great, it's content, but the stuff that he has, I've already used with my players. I've used with my students. I've used for myself just from the coaching standpoint. And my email to him, right, my contact with him was, hey, let me show you how you can take that content to another level. And realistically, it was how you can now start to interact with these coaches and these players and these people that are subscribing to your newsletter.
Yeah.
And he told me he was on a different platform, but he's very interested in learning more about it. So,
Yeah.
I
Well,
looked at that platform. Tell us why Convene then is different, and maybe even go back just a quick history of the transformation of Convene too.
yeah. So, well, how it's different is this. Like, let me ask you this question: if, let's say, I was taking the same content, Doc was taking the same content, you know, what most platforms have, and I'm assuming what a lot of his platform involves, because the majority of them are out there, is that you don't have direct access to him and his
Right,
content where you're
right,
collaborating and going back and forth with him,
yeah,
nor do you have the ability to collaborate and work with me as a soccer coach or Doc as a soccer coach. So the other people taking the content.
yeah, yeah,
So one of the things that makes Convene very unique is if you go back and you talk about collaborative learning and experiential learning, you talk about how people bring something to the table. All right. So let's just talk about highlight you.
mhm,
You're a college soccer coach. How I met you is through my son coming to play college soccer for you. And so you bring and you're an all American college soccer player, by the way. Throw that out there about you. Yeah.
not
Um,
anymore.
In the old days, we're going back to the old days and pull out. But the
Right.
point
Right.
is you bring a tremendous amount of experience. So even what you said, you're still taking and looking at other people's
Hmm.
content because other people, and this gentleman, for example, he has great content. So you're always still looking for great content. You're now
Yeah.
coaching at the high school level,
Yeah.
um, and all that. And so, but you bring a tremendous amount of experience to that group. Well,
Hmm.
it's probably set up right now where you don't get to collaborate with everybody else.
Yeah.
I could show it back there at the plaque, but I am the 2012 North Carolina
Hold
Girls
it.
Coach
Yeah,
of
I
the
see it.
Year.
It's right
Yeah,
up
it's back
there.
there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up there. But I could, I'm 2012 women's coach of the year for North Carolina. But
Girl
so
of
I
the
bring that
year.
experience. I know. The point is I bring that experience as well. And Doc brings experience as well. And so the point is that what Convene does is bring that collaboration together
Right.
through experiential learning. And
Yeah.
that's different than anything else out
Right.
there.
Well, and that was the basis for me contacting him. Is like I said, I enjoy his content. I think it's very simplistic in terms of the amount of information he's given, but it's very important and thought provoking. And other than me emailing him, and probably I don't know this for sure. Probably the only reason he responded back to me is I just made comment that I was, I'm a coach and former player, and he's a coach and he's coaching now, and I'm coaching now, and so there was that connection.
Yeah, exactly.
But if that's the basis of my email was the fact that I couldn't collaborate with him. I couldn't get the thoughts of anybody else on that newsletter. And that's what I thought, okay, well, his stuff is too good for it just to sit out there in cyberspace and
Correct.
just go to an email and kind of be done with it, right? Or go to a platform with just videos and nothing else.
Correct.
And that's what I want to show him. And I think that's
Yeah.
one of the major ways that we set up ourselves apart from other platforms is, if he's got his content on Convene, or when he gets his content on Convene, I can watch that video. I can go to that content. I can discuss back and forth with him on the discussion boards or through the experiences or however else, and then he has a chance to respond back and engage. But also, the other 500, 5,000, 50,000 people, whatever that he has on his newsletter and in his group, they can do the same thing, and now we're all learning from each other.
That's right. Why are people there? Why are people part of his following, using him as an example? Because they're soccer enthusiasts. They want to learn more about soccer.
Right.
So create the
Hmm.
community. And that's what we
Yep.
want to do. We want to create the environment and create the community around what he does. Well, that can be done in what we call communities. That can be done in the group area.
Yeah.
And
So
go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, that's important. That's important that you're creating that environment of collaboration.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
creating that environment. So if I read something, I'm a new soccer coach because let me be honest, I was a baseball player, right? So when I first started coaching soccer, my son started playing soccer, and I first started coaching soccer. To be honest, I didn't know. I played baseball, I played football, I played basketball. I didn't play soccer, so I had to go
Hmm.
out and learn how to coach soccer.
Right.
And so, how are you going to go out and learn how to coach soccer? You need that content. You need to go see those videos but a lot of times, I mean, I'm looking at a practice diagram, practice plan, practice diagram, and it's not sinking into me.
Right.
So I want to be able to ask the person with a lot, 10, 20, 30 years of experience about
Yeah.
how to do that,
Yeah. So let's go bigger picture then. So what is a community in regards to our definition of community and how we use it and how we bring people into Convene?
Yeah, so we like to use the mall example
Hmm.
when we're explaining to people about convene communities and what makes us different. And so, if you look at a community itself, it's like the mall. So we'll just stay on the topic. Take soccer. We'll stay on the soccer topic because
Sure.
I think sports are a great example of how you can use the platform. But you take soccer as example. There's a soccer community. So when people come to convene, let's say that's the mall. Soccer is the mall. So when I go
Hmm.
into a mall, then I'm going to break out and I'm going to go to the different stores. Those are groups inside of it. So, maybe it's you're using it now, you use it for your soccer team, the Greensboro page, high school soccer team. So you use that for your training, your communication. There's so many different ways you can use it.
Hmm.
So that's a store, right? That's a group inside of there. And that's specifically a private area for your team. But let's say this gentleman comes in and he's teaching about, soccer and drills and different things like that. There's a way to have that store in there where he has his content, he has his group, his followers come in, and people
Right.
can take modules from him or whatever it might be.
Right.
So it's the different stores that you go in. When we go in, we may like different things or different stores. Where I go into the mall, it's not where my wife goes into the mall. So if you look at Convene holistically,
Hmm.
Convene, it has different stores all around. And I'll show those here in just a minute
Hmm.
because, we have a lot of good things going on inside of Convene, but not everybody's taste is the same. What people
Right.
want to do is not the same. So you go in, you find what you want, and then, yep, just because I went to one store that has shoes in it doesn't mean I'm going to go down and find another store. So you have to think with an abundance mindset of creating community around that and getting exposure.
I need to know where the food court is,
That's all you care about, right?
basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and the idea of community is twofold for us, right? There's lots of platforms out. There's lots of sites out that talk about community and bringing people together and like-minded people together, and it's a good thing. But we also have that physical aspect of community, right? So we
Right.
have those communities of soccer and business and stocks and health and wellness and all the other communities where then people come into that community, right?
Yeah.
People that like all that stuff. So there's the idea, if you will, of community. Then the physical part of community is all those groups inside a community. And I kind of think about, and I know you're going to show it, which will help
Yeah.
maybe put put all this into visual for people that don't know much about it. But when I think of those groups inside the communities, I would tend to go to like YouTube. So when I'm teaching, I'll go to YouTube and I'll type in, whatever, some sort of topic just to see if there's a quick video I want to show my kids or share with them. But it's just all over the place.
Yeah.
Like if you go to the homepage of YouTube, and I mean they've done an unbelievable business, so I can't really
Yeah.
rip on them. But you can't really find anything
Right.
unless it's just stuff that maybe you've already searched, so it's the algorithm that's similar. Well, inside of our communities, all those groups are just right there, and there's no algorithm. It's just you can find them all. You can
Right.
visually find them. You can search for a topic, and it makes it a whole lot more, I guess, engaging and appealing for, in my opinion, for people coming into the communities.
Well, exactly. I mean, again, if it's a soccer community, everything inside of that soccer community is within the category of soccer.
Right.
So it's way to focus, excuse me, on that topic and bring together like-minded people. So that's
Right.
really what we want to do. We want to create these focused communities and allow everything going on in there to be within that realm or in that topic. Well, let's show it here real
Yeah.
quick, and I'll
Yeah.
and that'll help people kind of make sense of what we're talking about. So this is the convene communities, and specifically during this section, we're talking about communities, and you can see that we have different types of communities inside of convene. We have communities that are personal communities. So the person that owns it, they own the content. They're the only ones that can create the content, or the admins. And then we have what's called public communities, and those are the ones that don't have personal underneath it. And what that allows people to do is that allows people to anybody and everybody can come in. So again, when we look down here at the different communities, and we look at soccer or swimming or soccer here. This is the community we've been kind of talking about. We want all kinds of coaches to come in there and use it. We want all kinds of teams to come in there and use it. One of the ways, Jeff, that you use it is through game footage and stuff like
Yeah.
that from your team and stuff. So there's
Yeah.
so many different ways that it can be used. But this is like overarching. This is convene, but these are all like stores within the mall. And so you
Right.
decide where you want to go, what topic that you want to go into. And I'll highlight some of the communities that are coming. So we have a lot of them that are here, and some of them that are in development, some of them
Hmm.
that are still alive, but we have some amazing things. The convene community is the main community with a lot of training that
Yeah.
goes on inside of that, how to use the platform. This is the lifestyles is about that's being built out is about how we put on events. Nicole Justice does our event planning and everything. So she runs the events. Bookshelves and Inkwell is about books. If you get to discover you, this is what Kate's going to be talking about later, but this is talking about, mental health, mental well-being of our youth and things that they're working on up in Michigan. This one's exciting to me because they're bringing their content, successful content that they have going on up in Michigan, and now they're creating that model to train the
Yeah.
trainers, train their mentors, and grow all throughout the country. So the list goes on.
Yeah.
Legacy Minded Men is an incredible organization that's coming in, and they have the same focus. It's about men, and they have over 600 and some groups throughout the country, in the world, excuse me. But they're going to train their trainers to create and run their own groups in there. They provide the content, you run your group inside of there. So
Right.
I could go on and on.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Doc
So
here.
many coming.
Yeah, yeah. We're growing. We're growing fast. We're growing rapidly. The podcast community, Podcast Central that Doc's doing is amazing. He's going to be teaching people how to do it. So I could just go on and on about where we're going. There's really nothing off the table.
Yeah.
And we're looking for people all the time that have an idea, they're passionate about something and really want to grow,
Yeah.
some special ones out here.
Well, if you scroll up just a little bit, what's great to me is the visual part of it, right? So Convene communities, Convene is the community,
Yes.
right? And all of those communities, just like I was using the example with YouTube, instead of trying to search for, which we can search for topics, but instead of just sort of throwing in a word and seeing what comes up, you've got the communities visually in front of you.
Yes.
Right. And the topic or the type of community that can be created is infinite, whatever
Yeah.
anybody wants. Right. So now people can see it. And then inside, so actually just go to the Convene community.
Yeah.
If you click it, now it's the exact same layout. Well, you'd have to go to or go to groups, I should say. If you go to
Okay.
groups, it's the exact same layout, but now it's
Yeah.
groups within inside that topic, right? So it's
Absolutely.
very similar. So here, like you said, this is where we're gonna create the Convene Virtual 24 group. You can see the Convene 23 group. You see some of the coaching groups, right? So, and then just show. I think it'd be important just for anybody new, just show the videos of how to use.
Yeah.
That
So
you
the how
find
to
in
use
here.
it, they're everywhere in here.
Mhm.
So if you want to use it, I'll show you. We have the quick start videos. These are explain what the platform is, leveraging a
Mhm.
system. It explains everything that goes on. If you just came to that quick start, which falls under pages, it's going to tell you everything you need to know about how to
Right.
run a group or run it, a nonprofit, or how to run your business with inside of the Convene platform. Other
Yep.
places that you can do that, you can come to experiences, and they're
Yep.
broken down into experiences. We'll talk about that later. You can come into groups, and inside of groups, I have them in the Convene Platform Professional. So a lot of the same videos are in there, but they're broken down in different ways to help people understand it. But
Yep.
and then the last thing I'll show you is we have a learning center over here that really comes in and breaks down how to do it. So if I want to teach them how to navigate the dashboard, there it is. It's
There
all
it
there.
is.
So we teach
Yeah.
you how to do it all over the place inside of Convene.
Yeah. And no matter where you come in, if I'm invited into the soccer group, you're invited into health and wellness, you're invited into stocks, or you're invited into some of the groups. And no matter where you come in or how you come in, everybody that comes in is a part of the Convene community. So
Correct.
all of those videos, I mean, everybody has access to that and that information. And even more importantly, everybody has access to you and myself and Eugene and the core group just by messaging in there. And gosh, we're going to help you guys out, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What you see really a lot is that Convene is a family, it's a team. We call
It's a
ourselves Convene
community.
Community, as a platform with a purpose, and it's truly people that are here are purpose driven. People are servant leaders. They're trying to make a difference in people's lives. It goes everywhere. Amy talks about there's information people everywhere to help you, and Amy's creating a community. She's not on today, but she's creating a community for teachers, and it's that type of environment that we're creating where people are just doing amazing things to make a difference in people's lives. And she recognized a gap in the teacher world, and she's filling it by creating a community for teachers,
Yeah.
as an example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want to foreshadow our first speaker here without giving it away, but I want to talk about sort of go back a couple of years historically with Convene, and we're talking about communities and the different types of communities, and we're talking about groups. And sometimes when people come in, they can get a little bit convoluted because of all the other platforms they may have tried or seen or whatever else. And we say, okay, hold on, pump the brakes here. We're going to simplify it for you.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not going to give away our first guest here, but this person took a community and made it a large group and made it a business.
Yeah.
And there are certain complexities to it, sure, but it's a pretty simple group once you get into it, and it's a pretty
Absolutely.
successful group.
Oh, it's the most successful.
Yeah. So explain kind of the idea of going from a community into a group and the complexities of it that can become simple, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
The way I said it, very
Well,
complex question.
well, I don't care where you go on or what platform you go on. There's a learning curve. You got to take the time to
Sure.
go through the learning curve. And
Yeah.
for Lisa Herring, who will be coming on here in a second, she went through the learning curve. She learned how to use the platform, but she also got help in using the platform. She had somebody help create her course, help create her content, and then from there, we actually built it in for her. But it's a
Mhm.
very niche community. That's why it is a community, because it fits. She fits out on her own, and we'll let her talk about that. But you can take it, and you don't have to be over complex, but you do have to come in and learn the platform. If I
Yeah.
told you to go out and build a WordPress website, you got to learn how to build the WordPress website. If I have to, want you to go out and create a course in any other platform, you got to learn how to create that course. But once you come in and learn the flow and how what makes Convene different, it becomes very easy. And she is, we call it the queen of Convene, because
Yes.
she does the best. She does. And it is such a simple process. She brings her clients in. Her clients go into her community. When they go into her community, they go right into her. Once they qualify, they go right into her course, and they take it and they communicate with her in the discussion board. And
Yeah.
therefore, she's not spending hours and hours and hours on the phone and stuff like that, but she's grown something that's great, and it's impacting lives. And that's
Yeah.
what's the most important thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you just
And
simplify the process.
you mentioned building out, like learning how to build out the community. Other platforms that I've seen and been on, you can build out your content, but it seems like there's only a finite number of ways you can do it.
Yeah.
Well, once you've learned all the different components and features that Convene, I don't want to say it's infinite, but there are so many different ways you can use groups and communities,
Yeah.
right? From maybe, just discussion board and a couple experiences to all experiences to kind of using all of it all in one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
And in the
the
last
amount,
session today, Jeff, we're going to get into what's coming. We'll
yeah,
talk about the rewrite.
yeah, that's gonna be exciting.
We'll talk about the upgrade that's coming, and it's just gonna make it even more tailored for you as the
Yeah.
content creator, as the community leader, the group leader,
Yeah.
and it's going to be awesome. But we'll get
Yeah.
into that in the last session.
Yeah.
But yeah, what we've done is unique. What we've done is different. What we've done is creating community, allowing that content creator or that leader, that thought leader in whatever area they want to be, to lead, to
Yeah.
collaborate with their people, to, also, but, I use, I'm a counselor, right? So, people want to be seen, heard, and validated. They want to be a part of the training. They don't want to
Yeah.
just go watch,
Right.
videos and take it in. Again, what do I do when I have the question? I want to be able to ask the person. And so we talk about, they want to be seen, heard, and validated. They want to be part of the process, but you got to trust the person
Right.
that you're going to join their group. And that, if I, like you and I trust you, I want to be a part of what you're doing. That's where Lisa, coming up here, is going to talk. That's where she's a leader. She's a thought leader, and she's a very well trusted person in
Yeah.
that area.
Yeah.
So
Let's bring her in.
yeah, let's bring her in, Doc. Let's.
Let's talk to the queen.
There she is.
Well, you guys stealing my thunder. Let me produce this, all right?
You're embarrassing me.
Embarrassing you? How do we do that? No.
I'm just a person. I'm just like everybody else.
You are.
Yeah.
You are. But let's kind of tell the story. Let's tell the story real quick of how you came to Convene and why you came to Convene, and really get into how you've taken the platform and really leveraged it and grown it into something special. So first, introduce yourself really quick, and then we'll talk about how you came to Convene.
Okay, so I'm Lisa Herring. I am a disabled retired Social Security claims specialist, and I'm married to a Vietnam combat Marine, and I'm his VA caregiver. So that's kind of in a nutshell. So I came to Convene through an event in Jacksonville that you all put on, and I was very taken with your story. And I had been looking for a place to create a course. Why did I want to create a course? Because the way that I was working prior to that was basically very long, 2.5 hour phone calls, consulting with specifically with veterans, disabled veterans who couldn't work, who wanted to file for or had tried to file for Social Security disability. So I have lots of expertise in that area, and I was trying to help veterans get their benefits, but it was pretty stressful on both sides. One for me, because it was very time consuming and exhausting. I have a brain injury, so my brain gets exhausted pretty easily. And it was also just a lot of information for them to take in all at once. So I was looking to create a course. I had no idea really where to begin, but I had looked at some different platforms. And I always say to my clients, here's what I didn't want to do. I didn't want to just say to a veteran, hey, pay me this much money, go take my course, bye, see ya, right? I didn't want to do that. I actually really care about the people that I work with. They're very important to me. And I know that this is a difficult and challenging process. And to your point, Matt, about being seen and heard and, validated, and I wanted to be able to do that and basically be side by side with them throughout the process, because inevitably questions come up. Inevitably, somebody feels discouraged and needs some encouragement to hang in there in the process, right? Or maybe they want to vent, and I'm happy to listen to that. So I had come to your event, and I had been looking at different platforms, and I just didn't see anything that would allow me to really be personal and more like coaching veterans through the process. Until I met you and I heard about the Convene platform, I'm like, bingo, this hits all of my boxes, it checks all the boxes for me. So, what I like to say about Convene, first of all, I love the platform and I'm very excited about what's coming. But I will say this, there is a learning curve, but I'm a good example. I'm a very good example of the fact that anybody can do it, right? So I'm older, which makes me a bit more tech challenged, and I'm disabled. So I've got some challenges, right? Well, if I can do it and I can do it successfully, I feel like anybody can. If they have a desire to do it, anybody can do it. So I kind of feel like, there's really no excuse to not do it if that's what you want to do. So anyway, you've talked about the discussion board, right? So the discussion board is how I'm able to actually interact with my veteran clients and support them and let them vent and let them ask me questions. And it's really easy. I'm working a lot smarter on Convene than I was before. So, I get an email, somebody asked a question, I pop onto the discussion board, the stuff's in here, I just answer the question, and it's so easy. It's just really, it's very easy for me to support my clients. So I love that. And I know that I jumped on sort of in the middle of a collaborative, supportive platform. And I can say that it's unique. It's very unlike anything else I've been a part of. You try to go join some other platform, you're not going to get this personal people sharing their experiences with how to build a business, what works, what hasn't worked for them. They're cheering you on. I haven't seen that any place else.
Yeah.
Matt, you've had me on any number of podcasts, which have really also, it's like free marketing for me,
Yeah.
this is free marketing for me.
Yeah.
So people see this, they get curious, maybe somebody, a disabled veteran sees this and comes over and purchases my course. But I love what I do. I hated it when I had to retire due to disability. And this has enabled me to recreate my work life, which is huge for
Yeah.
me from a mental standpoint, just huge for me.
Yeah.
And my people, if they're successful, my people get lots of money.
Yeah.
A lot of them get retroactive benefits. They certainly get ongoing benefits for themselves. If they have minor children, also for their minor children. So financially, it makes a huge difference to them.
Yeah.
And I think mentally and emotionally, it really helps them to feel validated, right? I see you. Yes, you are struggling. Here's your benefits, right? If they're successful. And so what I'm trying to do is greatly increase their chances of success and minimize their chances of not getting the benefits.
Absolutely. Well, you feel a need. You feel a need, and it's it
Yes.
is. If I would have thought, oh, well, have a community on Social Security and disability benefits. No, not necessarily. I wouldn't have thought of it, but that's that just proves what everybody has their specialty, their thing that they do.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of people out there. So what's cool for me is that, and I say this all the time about you, is that when you get a testimony, it's like me getting a testimony.
Yeah,
It means a lot because the platform is really helping veterans and really helping people file and succeed. And so when you get a testimony of somebody thanking you for everything you've done and how you've helped them succeed and get that, it's a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's a really key point about identifying a gap, right?
Mhm.
So many of us have a skill set. There's something that we know about, right? And we've got some expertise in it. Now, of course, you get the imposter syndrome. Who am I, to do this and all of that? That's a normal struggle with entrepreneurs. But if you identify this gap and you're like, wow, actually, I do know something about this subject, and you develop relationships with people so that you get that know, like, trust factor. It's terrific. It's just absolutely true. I mean, if you were to hang out on social media, any platform, and listen to people talk about Social Security disability benefits, there's tons of bad information out there, and people absolutely need to understand about these benefits. Like, they're struggling, they're getting denied, they're frustrated, and it's devastating to them.
Yeah.
So when I come along and offer up, because I do a lot of general educating on social media also, and I offer up, hey, here's an answer for you on this particular thing, it's huge for people. It's really big.
Let's talk about that. Well,
go ahead.
That's important what you're saying, because again, I want to make this point is that a lot of people just want it to fall into their lap. They just want to, it's, I got to make this happen. And, but it takes time, but you spend time out there in other social media, Reddit and Facebook groups, other groups, giving out that information. So you have built that professional relationship where now people say, go see Lisa, go see Lisa, go see Lisa.
I will tell you, it's not that I would never pay for an ad. I don't have a closed mind about that, but I have never paid for any advertising. I've done it completely organically. And you're right, it takes time. It takes time to develop those relationships. It takes time to offer up free information to people so that they feel like, you value them, you're interested in helping them. And that stuff's important. You can't just put a course on Convene and just expect somehow magically people are just going to find it and go, oh yeah, fine, great, I'm going to do this. You have to develop relationships and you have to work at it.
Well, you can't do that really anywhere, and it's similar
Right.
to what you were
Anywhere.
saying, Matt. Well, it's similar to what you were saying, Matt. Is what I'm impressed with is with you in particular, or specifically, is that you do spend that time. You have spent that time prior to Convene on other platforms, so you've built a little bit of a trust factor from some people, right? And you've
Yes,
continued
definitely.
that trust factor. But the difference that I'm so impressed with your community is you could be out there, let's just say on Reddit, and say, hey, Steve, I see your problem and I can help you with that. And you build that little bit of relationship, and then Steve comes in to watch your videos and there's nothing else. So for me, if I could build a little bit of relationship with you and then you send me to some of your content and all I'm doing is reading or watching videos, what happens when I have a question or when I'm stuck? I don't
Bingo.
have anything
Yes.
else, right? But
Yes.
you, on the other hand, your content, your in the experiences in your community are excellent. Obviously, you are the expert. They watch it, they see it, they read it, but you interact with them, and it's not just maybe an email here or there or a post somewhere else here or there. It's back and forth, and it's on the discussion board. And I think it's so brilliantly simplistic. If they have a question, it has to go into the discussion boards so that
Right.
everybody else that comes in the future sees those same questions.
Well,
It's
everybody
fantastic.
learns. Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody learns. I've had veterans jump on the discussion board and encourage other veterans in the group, which is great.
Yeah.
And the discussion board is searchable. It's been there since Veterans Day 2020. And so, a veteran could come in and put a keyword in, search it, see what kinds of questions people have asked, around that keyword, look at my answers. Now, I never require anybody to search it. I don't do
Right.
like they do in some Facebook groups, like,
Right.
you already answered that question,
Right.
go look at the thing. I don't
Right.
do it that way because I feel like that's kind of rude. I'll just answer the question.
Yeah.
But I do
Yeah.
tell my veterans, look, if you want to search the discussion board, it's giant. It's a giant
it is.
FAQ.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I could totally see myself if I'm in, again, I connect with you somehow, I come into your group, I see your content, and now I already have that, I like Lisa, I feel comfortable with her, but now, holy cow, she's answering my question. Holy cow, she's
Yeah,
monitoring
I'm
this.
gonna
Like,
hold your hand.
of course, I'm gonna go, hey, Matt, if you're having issues, go to Lisa's community,
Absolutely.
right? Of
Yep.
course I am. And you don't have to pay for advertising, Lisa. You're killing it.
That
Yeah.
word of mouth is important.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't had to, I haven't had
Yeah.
to do that. And I probably could, grow way more. I really could if I had the time.
Yeah. Well,
So because
you're still,
because I'm caregiving, my husband's my priority. So
yeah, but you're
because
still
I'm
doing
caregiving, there's that.
you're doing amazing things. Like you are, what was one we referenced Convene 23. The majority of people that were on the stage at Convene 23, I would ask them, hey, how did you get here? Through Lisa. How did you get here? Through Lisa. So that word of mouth, you've brought most of those people in.
But you know
To the
why that
community.
is, Matt? The reason that is because I love this platform.
Absolutely.
I love you. I love the platform, and I see the value in it. So why would I not say to someone else, listen, I see what you could do. You could do something here. I think it would be a great fit with this platform. And we have those conversations, right? You and I, Matt, we'll get on a Zoom with someone, ask them, what's your dream? What do you want to do? How do you want to do it?
Yeah.
And 99% of the time, it's a great fit with Convene. So
Yeah.
it's easy. It's very easy to promote something that really works for me, and I see so much value in.
Yeah. Well, you're doing amazing things. That was a quick
Thank
15
you.
minutes. I hate it's
Yes.
already over.
Yep,
But
that's
look,
okay.
yeah, you keep doing what you're doing. We love you too, just as much
That's
as
right.
you love Convene. You are the queen of Convene. People are chasing you, and you stay ahead. You stay ahead, and keep staying ahead. That
I
competition
want
is
people
great.
to, because I want everybody on Convene to succeed. So I'm
Absolutely.
excited about that. If somebody overtakes me, it's all good.
Yeah,
It's all
that's
You'll
right.
still be the queen no matter what.
That's right. Well, thank
Thanks.
you, Lisa, for everything that you
Yes.
do.
Thank you.
And let's keep growing together. Keep building this relationship. Everybody will go away for 15 minutes and then we'll be back and we'll talk about groups. Thanks for being on. You'll see a timer that's counting down. So we'll see you at the top of the hour. Thanks.
Let's go. So what a good first half hour, 45
Yeah.
minutes. I really enjoyed. Lisa's she's so fun to
Well,
listen
she
to.
is,
She,
like I said,
she's just got passion
people are
for it.
chasing her and she wants people to chase her, but she's doing great things. She always has. She shows you that the platform is very easy and workable, and she makes it happen. So
Yeah, they can chase her. I don't know how many are going to catch her anytime
nobody
soon.
has
She's
yet.
killing it.
Nobody has yet.
That's right. So we need to talk about groups,
Yep.
right? And as we sort of referred to and referenced at the first little bit of it, an event like this, hosting an online event, right? We got an online event, we got content, we got videos, we got unbelievable stuff going on. People are watching and listening. Then we put it into a
Yeah.
group and we make a group out of it. So it's always there. We got to leave behind. And then we're not just going to leave it behind and ditch
Yep.
it. We're going to leave behind and use it. Let's talk
Yeah.
about that. How do we make that then into a group, into a collaboration, into sustainability and community?
Yeah, important topic. So when you're growing a business, how do you grow a business? Or when you have an organization, a nonprofit, what do you want to do with the people that are members of your nonprofit? When you coach a soccer team, what do you want to do with that soccer team? You want to be able to collaborate with them. You want to be able to network with them. You want to be able to engage with them.
Mm-hmm.
So it became apparent to me very early on as a speaker and going out to conferences, and people want to talk to you after the conferences, that I have to have somewhere to drive them to, send them to.
Right.
Um,
Right.
but I want it to be somewhere that is collaborative, where they can have access to me. So that's really a big reason why we created Convene. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, could I've gone out and used a couple of the other platforms that were out there, but nothing was collaborative. Nothing was a place where I could bring people in. Let's think about other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Let's think about like your LinkedIn profile. It's very important, right? People go in, they spend a lot of time creating their LinkedIn profile. So inside of Convene, you have members and you have profiles. So if you're growing a group around a topic, well, you want people to network and get to know each other and grow their business. So you're trying to
Mm-hmm.
create this environment that's bigger than just my content. My content is just one part of this whole process.
Right.
That's just actually a small part of the process. The process is, can we create a collaborative environment? And so that's what we do in
Yeah.
groups inside of Convene.
Yeah. You mentioned the LinkedIn profile. LinkedIn profile is probably, at least that I know of, the most important profile because it's
Mhm.
based around business and putting yourself out there. Well, for me, not, and I'm getting away from our profile, obviously it's important, but what I think is important and is the use of the images, the pictures that we use for our groups and our
Yeah,
communities, because you want to set yourself
yeah,
apart,
absolutely.
right? And if it was just some sort of blank, logo or something else, people are going to pass right by it. But if it catches your eye, it tells a little bit of the story. Like we like to talk about telling stories. Well, it starts with your picture, starts with your group
Yeah,
picture.
absolutely. It surely does. And again,
Yeah,
that's the look and feel of it, but it really is one of the things that
yeah,
sets you apart with what you're doing and
yeah,
how the platform really kind of works. And so we
right,
want to create those networking environments. We want to create those
yeah,
collaborative environments. And that's why groups are so important. We try to put in, and we're going to show this here in just a minute, but we try to put in the things that people do out in the content creation world. They create
right,
content, so you can have modules inside of Convene. We're going to show you that. And then you blogs. People write blogs. So you can put blogs
yeah,
inside of there.
yeah,
You can create like discussion boards. So like what Lisa did, how
hmm,
she leverages the platform beautifully. People come in and they take her
yeah,
module, and from taking their module, they ask all their questions in the discussion board. So it's your
right,
toolbox to run your
yep,
organization. And not everything is business driven. There's a lot of organizations in Convene. So it can be an organization,
hmm,
a nonprofit, or it can be you trying to be, a content creator and grow something where you're able
yeah.
to
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. So like my mindset group, I'm excuse me, finishing up, my growth mindset group. I'm not a
yeah,
business. I'm just someone that wants to help others in a different way. So for me, and similar to what we're going to talk about here and show in the group, you can Google growth mindset and you'll get a zillion responses of either articles or just a 5-10 minute video or something. But there's nothing else.
Yeah.
There's nothing else for me to say, well, I don't understand this part of it. I don't get what this word means. I don't know what it means to do this. Where so for my group, I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to put the growth mindset stuff in there. It's not going to be groundbreaking
Yeah.
in terms of the content. It's more personalized. I'm going to personalize it to my experiences and other people in Convene and how they've experienced certain parts of it. But my difference is with Convene to follow up with all the members, really kids that
Sure.
are in there. I can track how they're going through the experiences. I can answer their questions. I can respond to their responses. They can learn from each other. So instead of just Googling, how do I get a growth mindset? We're going to take you through it and continue to take you
Absolutely.
through it.
So it's a collaborative learning.
Yeah.
It's like you are bringing the
Yeah.
concept to bear. When I teach when I'm speaking in front of an audience, I'm going to take a topic that I'm speaking on and I'm going to tie it to experiences, whatever experience that might be, something tangible, something real
Yeah.
life, something they can connect to. But what people are going to do in their minds is they're going to tie it to something that they're familiar with, their story, their
Right.
experience. And
Right.
that's what you want to do inside
Right.
of Convene. Again, one of the things that makes us different is now people are bringing their life experience to the table. And it might be, we don't have all the answers. As the
Right.
leader, I don't have all the answers. Somebody might say, "Hey, I've been in
Yeah.
that situation, and because I've been in that situation,
Yeah.
really looks like this."
And as the content creator, as a leader of the group of the community, you can learn from your
Right.
members about something that maybe, well, you can, and then add to it, add to your content. You know what? I learned from Matt X, Y, and Z from this situation. I'm going to add that too.
Absolutely.
It's constantly changing, constantly
Yeah.
evolving.
That's why I like the term facilitator.
Yeah. You 100% not.
Especially for my course. I'm not the expert. I know quite a bit, but just what you said, Jeff, I can learn just as much from you as you can from me. So
That's the whole
Yeah.
concept of Convene, is that we all bring something to the table. Every single one of us brings something to the table. We all bring a story. We all bring information. We all bring our life experience. So if you look at the tagline of Convene, real life, real people, real experiences, that's how we
Yeah.
grow through life. We could again use the example of parenting here. We're all parents. We're at parenting at different stages of life right now with the ages of our kids, but we all bring that life experience to it, and so you can use that. Well, let's build a group. All
Let's
right,
do it.
so I'm going to share my screen, and in doing that, I'm going to go in here to the Convene community, and so we're going to actually build a group real quick because I want people to see how easy it is to build a group. And so in doing this group, I'm going to actually be going over here behind the scenes, and I'm going to actually be going over to the Convene website, and I'm going to pull from the Convene website. That's one of the ways to do it. When I build the experience later, I'm going to be pulling from a Word document. So you won't see me pulling from the website, but I just want people to know that. So here's, we're going to go in the Convene community, and I'm going to go to groups. So these are all the groups in here, and you can see Convene 23 here. That was
Open that up real quick. Let's see what's in it real
okay.
quick.
So if we go in here and we open up Convene 23, the main thing is we had all
There it
these
is.
speakers. And so we built
Yeah.
experiences here. And so now people
Right.
can come in if they weren't able to be there, or let's say me, a topic. And I do this with, one of my great friends, you mentioned it earlier, one of my great friends from the Marine Corps, Vince Martinez, was there, and
Mm-hmm.
Vince talked on leadership. So we are growing community leaders. And so I've actually sent this intro to organizational leadership with Vince Martinez. I've actually sent this out to some people lately because I want them to learn how to be leaders. He does a great presentation on leadership. And so I send people to this experience in here, and they can come and collaborate. So that's the idea. We build the group around that and allow people to come in. So we're going to build the Convene 24 group here. So I'm going to go to create, and it's going to come up, and it'll say, give a name. Convene.
Oh, am I going to have to do live spell checking?
You
here?
might,
Oh,
everybody, I'm not the best here. So Convene 24 virtual is what this is. It's going to be a public group. We have three types of group. We have public groups, we have private groups, we have premier groups. The way that I like to explain it is a public group, anybody's free. Well, first, let me say that it's free to be a member of Convene. All members are
right.
free.
I guess we did
Yeah,
miss
we
that,
haven't
didn't
talked
we?
about that, but
That was
all
important.
your members, it's free to come into Convene. And so we have public groups. They can go in and they can go out of at will. It's like going to Buffalo Wild Wings, right? I'm going to go watch the game. I go in there and I put it up. Then people have private clubs, right? So I can create the private group. You control who comes in. You control who, either by an invite or by me requesting to enter your group. And then Premiere. Some people have content that they want to sell with inside of Convene. Two types of content. You can have a one-time payment group, or you can have a monthly membership group. And we go into all that and the stuff that we teach, like what might be the different things that you might do for those things, like the different
Hmm.
strategies. The author here, that's me. I'm creating the group. So I just sent it, and you'll see that now it comes up with a broken link, a picture right here up in this thing. It's not necessarily broken, it's saying, hey, where's the picture? We don't have it. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go to Convene 24 Live. I'm going to upload that picture, and I'm just going to go to save images. And then I have to crop this picture. So here's a great little image. It says 300 by 300, but here's the deal. It needs to be a square. It can be 800 by 800.
Hmm.
It could be 900 by 900.
That's just the
It
minimum.
just needs to be a square, because what the system does is it comes in, it crops it down. Like here, I just copied that. It says 1280 by 1280. But when the system does it, it actually makes it smaller in the backside of it. Okay, that's it. We want to have that. And then it's going to say, now we're going to go to the group information. Now, if I'm teaching this, like sometimes you don't have all your group information ready, but you have to get past this page to actually create the group. So you can just put some information in here and save it. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to come over here. I'm going to go to the agenda of today, and I'm going to copy it from the website. So y'all aren't seeing me do this, but I'm going to copy it. I'm going to come back in here and I'm going to paste it. So there it is. Um, so it actually copies the code from the website, and you'll see that these links here are actually links that take people out to the individual groups. Like it'll take people to
Hmm.
the Laurel Mar Death and Resurrection Doula, or it'll take people to Brenda's Leveraging Impact for Entrepreneurs community. So it actually copies the code, brings it over in there. But let's say I want to do a couple of different things. Let's say I want to add a video, for example, and I'm just going to grab a video for the purposes of this. I'm going to use the same video in this video that I'm doing. I'll go back and change these later, but I want to add a video at the top. So I'm going to come to the top, I'll space down. And this is just like using Microsoft Word or using other, if you've built websites before using WordPress, this is actually the same editor that they use in WordPress sites, but I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add a video. All I have to do is take the source code. We accept videos from YouTube. We accept videos from Vimeo. I'm going to put the
Hmm.
video in there. So there it is. I put the story of Convene. I put it in there, and it will save. Let's say I want to put a picture in here, and we'll just add a picture at the end. Actually, we'll add a picture. I'm going to actually put it just below success stories or above success stories. So I want to add a picture of this different speakers. So I'll go again, I'll upload it just like I'm uploading a picture from wherever, and I'll upload it here from the website. So there it is. That might be a little bit too big. I don't want it that big. So I'm going to change the size. I'll just put 1050 in here, and I'm going to add it in there. So there it is. These are all the speakers. There.
Right.
So kind of like the same thing that we had. I'm going to take that space out, and then I'll hit save.
Pretty
Yeah,
easy.
pretty easy. And so I can actually see that, and I can roll down here to the bottom where it says preview your group, and I can look and see what the group is going to look like. So this is exactly what the
Right.
group will look like. And then down at the bottom, I'll create that group. So there it is. It's in there. And this is exactly what it looks like. Now, in reality, I want a better description of what Convene
Yeah.
24 is. So if I wanted to do that, everything now happens going forward in this edit page here. So if I wanted to come in here,
Hmm.
I wanted to change that, what Convene 24 is. I'm going to just copy some code or copy some text, and I'll come back in and I actually click on this, and I'm going to just delete that, and I'll just paste a little bit more in there, take that space out. It'll actually do it properly for you. Like I'd copy the code. So it just makes it a little bit longer. So now if I went back into the
Mhm.
information page, you're going to see that's a little bit longer. This is important because
Right.
actually what ends up happening is, people are going to see this in different places. They're going to see what your description is, but you don't want this to be more than 2 or 3 sentences. You just kind of want to put it in.
Right.
Let me talk real quick,
Yeah.
Jeff, about what's in a group and why this is so important.
Yep.
So I'm just going to go across the tabs here. And it's going to, we have announcements. So if I'm putting announcements out, so if I'm leading a group, I can come out and I'm going to have a Zoom call. I can go over to Zoom. I can create my meeting link, and then I can come in here and simply copy, paste it, and put it in here. And an email gets sent out, and a notification inside the platform gets sent out to all my members. There's no algorithms in Convene. One of the big things, about other platforms is maybe 20% of your people get it, or whatever percent.
Right.
When you send it out in here,
Yeah.
everybody gets it.
That's big for me when I use it with my soccer
Yeah,
teams.
absolutely.
It just goes out. Everybody gets it via the email. It gets it on the platform. Everybody has it. I can rest assured that everybody receives
Yeah,
it. I don't have to worry about someone saying, "Well, I didn't get it." Well,
yeah,
that's on you.
absolutely. Discussion boards.
Yeah.
We've already been beating up discussion boards this morning, talking about the importance of them. But this is one of the places that your members get to be a part of the platform. Anybody and everybody can create a discussion board. And that's where Lisa really leverages it. So if I'm taking Lisa's
Yeah.
course and I have a question on Social Security and disability benefits, I can come into here and I can create a discussion board. All the members do is they click new. Now I want you to notice up in the upper left-hand corner, you can do this as yourself or you can do this anonymously. And that's important
Yeah.
because we do talk a lot about some mental wellness stuff or different topics inside of Convene, or like in Lisa's course. Sometimes people don't want to put themselves out there as themselves.
Hmm.
For example, in our parenting community, I have 3 kids. Well, I'm the creator and founder of Convene. If I had a question of something I'm going through with my kids, I can actually come put that in the parenting community and post it anonymously, and people are not going to know it's me.
Right.
But let's say you want to answer
Yeah.
that question, Jeff, and you don't want to do it as yourself. You can post as yourself, or you can do it anonymously. Again.
Right.
So
Well, and the other component to that is in our philosophy with the anonymity piece was also to make sure that people could answer questions or ask questions in the right way, right? It's not, the intent is not for it to be, oh, I'm anonymous, I can say whatever I want and be rude and mean and slanderous and all that. It's, hey, I'm going to answer this, but I just don't feel comfortable having everybody know that it's me. But I want to be honest, I want to be open, I want to be
yeah.
truthful.
So like here, I'm just going to say, how did you enjoy Convene 24? Let's hear your comments. So we want, people to come in that are watching today. There you go. The spell check, get the spell check right. Uh, post your comments. We'll put an exclamation point there. And I post that and there it is. It's in there. So now we have a comment, we have a discussion board, and now people can come in and interact with it. Blogs become important. I'm going to go into the main website here of Convene. And again, I'm just going to copy the code because we have different things, blogs. And this was about the upcoming event. I'm actually just going to go copy the code and talk about this post that was talking about the event itself. I'm going to copy the code. I'm going to paste it, and there it's in there. Now I do have to come in and maybe take this out. Don't need that. Virtual event. I'm going to copy the event and take out upcoming because it's not upcoming anymore. It's already happened. But this was what we were talking about, community-centric approach, collaborative ecosystem. Remember, so it's all in there, but I'm going to take this because this is the topic. We'll put it in there. And there we go. I can now look at it and I don't need that event page there because that's in the past. But this just talks about what the thing is. Well, there you go. Now I just posted a blog and I did it that fast just by copy and pasting it, putting it in there from a blog that we already had.
And later, if you want to edit it and put the recap video,
Absolutely.
you just open it up, edit it,
Yeah.
and change it.
So what
switch
you're
it
talking
on.
about down here is the edit button. I can come in here and edit, and people can actually respond to this this blog itself.
Right. but a member can't. They can't edit it.
Only
Only
I
you
can,
can
yeah,
as the
because I'm
creator
the
of the blog.
creator,
Yeah.
so I can edit. Okay, so we
Yeah.
have in there, you have experiences. We'll get to experiences in the next session. I won't necessarily go in there. We
Hmm.
can create subgroups. So let's say I wanted a subcategory in here. Let's say I was preparing for this and I put this out here a month ago as I was going, we were preparing all our speakers and I created the Convene 24 virtual group. Maybe I would have come in and created a group in here that is the speakers group. And that's where we're collaborating, getting ready, leading up to the event. So that group is in there. It's a private group. Only the speakers have access to it. That's where I'm communicating with them. That's where I'm giving them announcements. Here's the link for the day you come on. There's so many different things that I could do in that situation. Modules, this is your training modules. I'm going to actually talk about that here in just a minute. I'm going to go show you an example of training of modules. That's your training mechanism. So where, again, Lisa has a training module she created in 2020, hasn't changed it, and then she leverages the discussion board. There is how she does it. And then documents.
Okay.
Document management is huge within Convene. If I wanted to come in here and let's say I wanted to come in here and add the picture of the flyer so people could have share it, then that document is in there. And so now people can come in and click on this, open it up, download it, and share it for their own social media. So again, a way for
Yeah.
you to share your files leading up to the event. We have all kinds of things that we've posted, but that's a way you can leverage it and do it.
Speaking of sharing, let's show the buttons at the top. Share
Yeah.
the group out.
So this is what Todd is talking about. I mean, Jeff is talking about. I'm going to launch the group now. You don't see the share buttons because it's not created yet. So I feel good. I put some
Mhm.
content in there. I feel like this is going to be a good group for everybody, and I'll launch it. So now I'll come back in here and I'll just show you this real quick, and I'll get back to that. So now it's sitting down here, but this was kind of up at the forefront. We got Convene 23. Well, because I own this community, I can set the order and I want this to be more towards the forefront. So I'm going to just come and move it up and I'll put it in above Convene 23. And there it is. Go back to the dashboard. I'll hit back to groups and there it is. So I have it in order, Convene 24 virtual. Now everybody can go join it. So if you're watching today, go join Convene 24 virtual. It'll take us a couple of days. Doc is now going to take the content. He's going to break it down into individual videos. Thank you, Doc, for that. Appreciate it. And he's going to do that. And then all of that, just like Convene 23, will be sitting in here under experiences. But I want to be able to share this out to people because they weren't available today, or today's a long day. So they didn't watch the whole thing. So I can actually come into the group and I can actually share it out through the share links. Again, I'm not on that part yet, but I can share it out because we're still building it. And then people will be able to see it.
Hey, open the discussion
Hey,
board.
let's see the discussion board. All right. Wow. Look at this. Somebody responded.
Oh.
There we go. So far, I'm loving it. Look, Jeff Bateson. There we go. Awesome.
Oh, did I put a black emoji
Yeah,
in it?
we got the emojis and all that. There we go. I like it.
I'm hating loving it. What does the
I
black
don't know.
emoji mean? Is that
Yeah,
cryptic?
that's right. So yeah, so now it's in
Yeah.
there. It's able to be shared here with the share link, so I can share it on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, or I can come up and copy the link and invite somebody to come in and see it. And if you see, we have a referral program built into Convene. You can see the number one there. That's my membership number. So when they come and somebody comes into Convene, they click on that, and I've brought them to Convene. So anywhere they go, if they buy a course, they buy something in Convene, then we're able to leverage that, and I can get a referral fee if that content creator has created that referral fee in there. I'll go back and show you one last thing because I wanted to show you modules, and so just to give you an example. So modules are important. So inside of the Convene Platform Professional, this is a group where I teach people how to use the platform. For example, there's 3 modules in here, and I break down what is Convene. I break down the mechanics of how to use Convene, and then I do another course on your Convene coaching business. So I teach people how to take Convene, leverage it into their own coaching business, and those are all free modules with inside of the Convene Platform Professional. So you get all that, for example. So modules become important, and what's in a module is here I'm explaining about the foundation of what is Convene, and then I have experiences in here. What is Convene, how to make money, the all-in-one platform, everyone has a story, and the 6 ways as the example, the 6 ways to create an online presence. And so I go deep into all that.
Yeah.
And these are very good. But it teaches people how to do it. So now, I'm showing my content there.
Yeah. And we can hit modules a little bit next section
Yeah.
with experiences too, a little
Yeah.
bit more in depth.
Absolutely.
So groups inside. We talked last last hour about the communities. The Convene community being the big
Mhm.
community, all the communities being little smaller communities or the groups. So now we're inside a community. We're inside using groups. And perhaps one of the best ways to really understand the value that Convene can bring to you is to create a
Yeah,
group
absolutely.
and then to use a group, right? Create it, use it. Maybe it's just a little group of people. So, like for me, my soccer
Yep.
team, right? You got a soccer team, create the group, start to use it, start to understand the value of it. Well, coming up here in a couple of minutes, we're going to talk to Kate, who started with the community.
Yep.
And then really started to grasp the idea of the power that Convene can bring to her and sharing and changing people's lives. And she created a group and started to use it with that group, and really understood. And then obviously now with Discover You and the community is even
Yeah.
more so. So speak about that just for
Yeah.
2
Well, I
seconds.
always tell people when they come into Convene, you got to create a place. You got to create your presence, and you got to go in there and use it. So you need to do a couple of things. You need to join some groups and be a participant, because you
Mhm.
get the idea of how the system flows and how it works and why it's collaborative. So always go join other people's groups, and you want to know what else is out there, right? You want to get to know people, because inevitably, I'm not a soccer coach now, but I know that you are. I don't teach people how to trade stocks, but Eugene Brown does. So you got to be a user of the platform. Well, part of being a user is creating your own groups, and you're going to hear Kate talk about
Right.
how important that was to her, and how it's
Mhm.
changed her perspective and some of the women that she works with inside of this particular group. So use the groups,
Yeah.
use the platform, understand the flexibility and how you can leverage it. Not everybody's going to use every single aspect of a group. And that's one of the exciting things about the upgrade coming. We'll talk about towards the end, is some features you'll get to pick and choose what you have. And so, yeah, groups are everything.
Yeah.
It's not just your
Yeah.
10-step video course.
Right. Well, and that's what I was sort of getting to. It doesn't have to be your own unique content.
Exactly.
Right. So, like Kate, for example, the group was based around Bible verses.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Kate wrote
Yeah,
the Bible.
that's right. She did. That's right.
So it's something that's already out there, but the way that was using it
Absolutely.
with others
Well,
to
why don't we let her tell the story? Let's
yeah.
bring her in.
Boy, you guys keep jumping the gun on me here.
And, I did not do that. I purposely.
Demerit.
That was a mistake. Matt meant to do it.
I got us excited, right? Good morning, Kate. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. How are you guys?
Okay.
Doing wonderful. Well, look, let's jump right in. Let's talk about you coming to Convene. Introduce yourself, tell who you are, and you coming to Convene, and then how really your experiences with Convene in this group has really kind of changed your perspective on how the platform works.
Yeah, well, first, it's so great to see two super influential men in this whole process on the same screen with me. So, this is just how it's supposed to be. But I am Kate Gallihugh, and I live in Midland, Michigan. That is Jeff's hometown. And I am a former pediatric physician assistant and a wife and a mother of 2 adolescents. And I had a vision in 2020. When the world got crazy, I got curious and a lot more reflective in that year. And I had a vision where I really wanted to bring people together that had professional resources to help people in their emotional and mental well being. But I also wanted people to share stories that were real. And so I didn't know what that was supposed to look like, but I continued to be curious and have conversations. And one of those conversations a year later happened to be with Mr. Jeff Bateson in the same place I had the vision. And he said, Kate, you are describing exactly what I have in my hands. We have to connect. And we did. And I met you. And my vision that I wrote down on a piece of paper was exactly what you built, Matt, with Todd and the team in Convene. So it was kind of what I like to call a marriage of visions. So your vision made mine a reality, and now I'm excited that mine is starting to make other people's visions a reality, because I didn't see myself as the answer. I saw myself as someone who wanted to connect people with information and with others who can help them find their answer. So
Yeah,
Facilitator.
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. That's awesome. So, you know, Jeff asked a question before, and it was very important because, like, I always say, hey, you got to use a platform. You got to use a platform, because one of the things that we do is that we go out and we tell people, hey, you got to come use this platform, use Convene. And they're going to say, well, how are you using the platform? Right.
Mhm.
And
Exactly.
so that was a bit of a learning curve that some people go through. And it really came together for you when you created the group, the Midweek Pit Stop. So really kind of talk about that transition and how this kind of changed your whole thought process and perspective on the platform.
Yeah. Well, I feel like when we're looking to help people do something new and uncomfortable, that it needs to happen in baby steps and it needs to be realistic. And so I know that my personal transformation that I'd been through since 2018 really didn't happen overnight. It happened in community and it happened with baby steps. And one of those baby steps was silent reflection every morning. And it was a spiritual part of my journey that I was doing, but someone taught me that, to break it down. I never had gotten into the Bible. I never had gotten into really my spiritual side, but I started to journal and I started to just focus on a tiny chunk at a time, and it started to make sense. And in that same time, Matt, I was building this space with Jeff and really originally with you. The three of us kind of took my vision and made it a reality that Jeff was using with his students. But you hit the nail on the head. I was saying I have this great space, this resource, this idea, but you should come use it.
Yeah.
But I
Mhm.
wasn't using it for my own
Right.
personal journey, and I wasn't having a way to demonstrate the impact that it would have on people, including myself. So one morning on a baseball trip, I remember waking up in the hotel, and that's part of my routine. Even on travel weekends, I go down and I sit in the lobby and I do this. And this idea came to me that I needed to create a group for Christian women that were busy like me, who maybe only had little snippets of time, but could come in and take a lesson on one verse, and we could talk about how we could apply it to our lives. And I heard you, Jeff, talking about how, yeah, I don't think Kate wrote the Bible. That's clearly the case. But I love broadening my perspectives on how can that one verse be taken so many different ways or applied so many different ways. And I don't, again, want to be the answer. I just want to share how it works for me and this specific thing with my parenting or my marriage or my health or my job, my fears, whatever it might be, and then learn from others who took it a totally different way. So I started to do that. We've been doing it now since May of last year, and it's given me evidence, physical, personal transformation. And then I've
Right.
witnessed, not only just on the screen, but week after week, I am seeing these women. We connect on Zoom, and we've developed a system where I create the lesson. I'm actually working on it right now, a little bit today behind the scenes, and I put it out there, and they get it on the weekend. We talk about it on Wednesday on Zoom. And then if they miss it, they can go in and they can see our collaborative Zoom. I put the recording in there, and it's 30 minutes. So it's that opportunity for women to refill their spiritual tank that runs dry amidst serving all the people in our world except ourselves. And it's been truly transformational. So
Yeah.
it's evidence of what Convene can do.
Yeah. Let me ask you real quick before we move into the other groups that are in the communities. Is so with the 5 minute pit stop, or the midweek pit stop. I mean, what do you see as the biggest benefit for the ladies in the membership? Not, and maybe not just the reflection of, but in terms of using Convene or coming back to, if they weren't able to see it, what have they gotten out of it maybe the most, do you think?
I think it's an ability to recognize your own growth. because we are all growing together, and sometimes those lessons will have them. It gives them a place that's quiet and safe. So that's two things. I think I learned in my work about psychological safety this past week, and Convene gives you that environment. And so giving them that quiet reflective space and something that's doable to pull out just maybe a 5-minute reflection and a little bit of their story at a time. And then they can go back, and we talk sometimes about how we've grown. So they can physically see, by going back at those lessons, they can see how God showed up in their life, which I think is really awesome. But then we can talk about how we are seeing each other grow. When we come on camera, it's this
Yeah.
encouraging, safe space that has really become sacred to all of us.
Yeah.
What's cool, you have a process. You build it. You normally put it out on Sundays, right? And then the ladies have until Wednesday at noon time to answer the experiences. And what's cool, you told me, is that you can see that people reflect and they do their study at different times during the week. And then you go back in and you read the others' answers before you get to that 12 o'clock meeting. So you have that process in place. After you create it, you're able to hit the assign and it goes out to everybody. So they all get notified. Everybody in the group, here's the assignment. So it's a process that you put in place that works for everybody.
And it's created a habit and a comfort level that they know what to expect, and it holds them accountable by having that like a rock in our schedule every week. Unless there's some unforeseen reason we can't join, they've found that committing to this process together and keeping it a sacred time really does impact their lives. And so, yeah, the whole system in how it's organized and delivered creates not only that safe space, but the accountability and that quiet. You can tune out the noise because you're not in social media reflecting in some noisy Facebook group. It's really intentional.
So let's talk about real quick. We need to transition over to how that helped you grow to become a Convene platform professional, to actually go back in time where we had a conversation with Discover You a while ago, and now it's come full circle.
Yeah. So that's very true. When I talked about how we had this amazing new space that we could bring people, they were some of the first on my list because I had heard about them after leaving medicine, actually. And Jeff and I sat down and we had a Zoom with the president and founder of Discover You, and we were inviting her to consider putting her content into this space. But I didn't have the evidence of how it works personally or with people that I've worked with. And I also didn't have the training in terms of knowing how to utilize every aspect of Convene. So, Matt, you graciously gave me training. So I think, if I remember correctly, Jeff, that would have been February of 2022 that we sat down, I believe, with them.
Sounds
on
about
Zoom
right.
With Bev.
Yeah,
And then I don't remember, Matt, when we started working together, but we've spent at least a year and a half training me to become an expert of the platform. And it's continuing education. Weekly, we connect and I learn more and more and more because Convene evolves over time. So in order for me to bring somebody that big, Discover You's reached over 40,000 kids, 30 to 40,000 kids. They have a lot of content. They have a lot of ideas and things that they want to do in groups, youth organizations, parenting organizations that they want to reach. So for me to just come in and expect that to magically happen without being someone that really helps it to happen, I needed the training. So the timing just wasn't right then, but that's the proof of the need for follow-up. And I had multiple people tell me, you need to get in touch with Sarah from Discover You. She needs what you have. And I knew I needed parenting and youth professionals with social and emotional learning content or things of that nature to make what we built as Uniquely You a reality, and Uniquely Yours for parents a reality. And then I I just got brave one day and said, I can't keep just kicking the can down the street. It was like I wanted people and their resources to fall from the sky, but I knew it took me. Like it was, if it's going to be, it's up to me. And it's, and Jeff has to do the same with his class. If it's going to be, it's up to him to keep proving it with his students. Things don't just happen. It's your belief in it plus action. And then, certainly I'm a believer. So you add a little bit of faith and God's power to the mix. And then those divine connections happen, and they happen in their perfect timing. And they did. They were actively seeking exactly what we had. And she wrote down on a little piece of paper all these little boxes and all of the things that described Convene communities. And then that coffee chat that I had with Sarah, their executive director for Discover You, was at their perfect timing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but you creating the midweek pit stop, and going through that and understanding that the similarities that you described with the midweek pit stop and then what Discover You's main purpose and goal is are very closely connected.
Yes.
And then you could just take all those ideas of that group, show them to Discover You, who already has all this content,
Yes.
Just like you didn't write the Bible, you didn't write all this content, no. But you're just help facilitating and growing with them and showing them, look, you have unbelievable content. Let's get it into a platform that we can share it out with other people, and that they can have these kids can have this resource, and these teachers, these parents can have this resource kind of all the time. Right. Unbelievable job, I think, by yourself.
And you're going to be training the trainers. You're going to be training the mentors and leverage the content and grow something special, not just in Michigan, but all across.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. There's a big vision out there that's all coming together, and it has to just start in baby steps. So we're in the midst of creating it as a team now, and another marriage of visions has happened. So it's exciting.
Exactly. So you got them, and you have cycle breakers. So now, as we wrap up, you've taken your Convene platform professional experience, and now you are out there helping others create amazing things.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You can't expect someone to do it on their own. They really need someone's hand to be held and learn it from you in order for it to be successful. So I'm excited about the opportunity.
Well, that was too quick. It's a quick 15 minutes. Go ahead, Jeff. Yeah. I'll let you close us out. So,
well, I was just going to close out with I'm just thinking of the key words we use, right? Connect, educate, collaborate, communicate. And Kate, you've really done it all from the beginning until now. You're connecting people, you're communicating obviously with people, the collaboration that you have in all of the groups and the communities, and then the education piece of it. To me, anyways, the most important, the education piece of it. It's you're really killing it, and it's so fun to see a fellow, chemic doing all these things.
Okay, we'll let you close it out. What would you say? How would you tell people to come to Convene, and why would you tell people to come to Convene?
When you come to Convene, I think you get better personally, professionally, and you make a greater impact. And we can do that from the very young to the very old. So everyone has an opportunity to change, but I believe change happens in community, in relationship, and over time, and in baby steps. So it's the perfect place to get that done, and to either be changed or be a part of change. And every little story adds value. So any member can make a difference in this space.
Wow, you're making a big difference. You're making a huge difference. I'm proud of you. I think it's just wonderful. And the whole goal is that we're a platform with a purpose. We impact lives all over the place. And that's what you're doing. You're impacting lives, the women, all the way to all these kids that you're going to be doing. So great job. I'm so impressed.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thanks for being on, Kate. We'll be back in 15 minutes for the next session. We'll talk experiences.
Yeah. Before we head out, why don't we mention the donate button to Doc is up in the top left if anybody wants to help donate to Doc's unbelievable management of podcasts.
Exactly. Doc is doing great things for us. He's up in the upper left-hand corner. Thank you, Doc, for everything that you're doing.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's much appreciated.
All right. All right. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
All right. And we're back.
On cue.
On cue.
That's it. When the timer ended, we're back. Here we are.
Just precise.
That's
Hey, I
right.
don't mess around, pal. We got a job to do here.
That's right. I like it.
That's right. Don't veer off a dark schedule.
That's
Be in
that's
trouble.
right.
Yeah. So, what do you think so far?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going over some great aspects of Convene. We're letting people know why it's different, what the flexibility of this platform can help you do to grow, your business, to grow your platform, to grow your nonprofit or your organization. There's so much
Yeah.
flexibility in it, but it really comes down
Yeah.
to uh, the flexibility and the communication tools and,
Right.
and everything that we
Right.
bring to the table. So.
Yeah. Yeah. And really, this next 30 minutes, you just said what it comes down to. I think what Convene really is broken down to in the experiences. That to me, that's what sets us apart far more than anything
Yep.
else is our experiences. And I know we're going to go through it, but why don't you tell us the history, the background of why experiences, what are they, and how did they come to be? How did you come to conceptualize the experiences here?
Yeah. So it's our form of is it you can call it a training, you can call it a course, you can call it whatever you want to call it. But the reality of it is we learn through life experience. We learn through as we do things over and over and do things more. That's how we learn. So it's experiential learning.
Hmm.
And people may not have, you know, heard that term before, but I always use the example of driving a car. We've all
Yeah.
been driving for a long time. You're probably, Jeff, getting ready to start into, if you're not already into the phase of teaching your daughters how to drive. Uh,
Already driving one of them.
yeah, exactly. So that was a process, right, that you had to go through. And,
Yeah.
you have many years of experience of driving. But guess what? Number of years back, you were in the same shoes that
Right.
Helena's in. And
Right.
so it's through life we gain experiences and we learn. But if you go back, listening to Kate talk, we all bring so much experience to the table, and that's
Right.
the key.
Right.
The idea and the concept behind experiences, can we allow everybody to have input? Can we allow
Yeah.
everybody to have say so? An example
Yeah.
would be we have an experience called I Am From, and you've done this with your kids. It is the
Hmm.
most taken experience inside of Convene. And it's from my daughter. She wrote from a prompt in high school. It's I Am From. She wrote about what makes her who she is,
Hmm.
and your kids go in your classroom and they take I Am From,
Yeah.
and they're able to go back and read other people's answers.
Yeah.
And the key thing is when you get to the lesson learned, you see things like, I realize that I'm not the only one going through these things. I
Right.
realize that I'm not as different as I think I am.
Yeah.
Uh, and so talk
That's
about that
been
a little bit, because that's the
yeah.
concept.
Yeah. That's been the biggest thing about that experience in particular. Yeah. Started having my students each semester take that. Maybe 2 years ago, a couple falls ago, coming out of COVID, I guess it was.
Yeah.
So maybe 3 years ago. But it's an experience that, and I'll be candid, a lot of this, I shouldn't say a lot, some of the students kind of look at it and like, it's a poem or it's this or that. Well, then they kind of read through it. Oh, well, it's her going to the soccer games, with Braid, or for Braid, and going, seeing, I should say, experiencing her life through you flying or you being away or whatever the case is, right? So it's not just, hey, I'm from Midland, Michigan, and I now live in High Point, North Carolina, whatever. And the kids will, once they start to write in it and type in it, once they really understand that it's anonymous and that nobody's going to know who's
Yeah.
saying it, because let's be fair, these are all students that have pretty much gone to school together with each other since kindergarten, right?
Yeah.
Smaller charter school, they all know each other. So, put the name on it. Now, maybe they're a little bit embarrassed about certain things. Well, what's come about from it over the last couple of semesters, especially, is students opening up, from their who they are in their home life, who they are from their parents or their brothers or sisters or grandpa and grandmas or whatever their life experiences are up to this point. And they'll open right up into these answers. And then, as you said, in the lessons learned, I get a chance. I walk around and I don't read what they're writing. I just sort of walk around and make sure they're doing okay. But they really do. They are reading through the answers,
Yeah.
right? And they're understanding that, somebody that they might have gone to school with since kindergarten, and now they're ninth or 10th graders. And they understand that their friends they've known forever have gone through similar circumstances at home or in their life that they didn't know about before. Like there's almost like a relief off their faces.
Yeah,
And then, and
exactly.
like you said, they get to the lessons learned and they're like, wow, I did not know that.
Yeah.
That was great. And I'm not going through it by myself. So it's been a really great experience to take
Yeah.
with my kids. So
So now
um,
what it does for you as the teacher, now you can go back and read all these answers and it gives you things that you can continue the conversation with. You
yeah,
can talk
yeah,
about like so there's some constants in it,
yeah,
family, friends, anxiety, different
yeah,
things. And now you can go back in
yeah.
and have those conversations with the
Yeah,
kids.
and it gives me a sense of not only, what these kids are going through, but also a little sense of empathy.
Mhm.
Like I get it, they're going through it, and hey, you know what? I might have gone through it as a kid, or I see my daughters going through it, or I see the players on my soccer teams kind of going through the same thing. So I can relate that it's not just one particular group of students in the middle of North Carolina, right? So
Well, you realize that we're experienced, right? I say it all the
yeah,
time. We're not walking alone.
right,
And a lot of times we feel like we're the only ones that are going through certain things.
yeah, yeah,
We're the only ones going through relationship problems, or we're the only ones
right,
going through friend problems, or we're the only one going through, you name it.
yeah,
So it's very important that we share, but it's not all about that type of topic. It could be,
right,
let's show soccer clips from the game and
yeah,
ask our players
yeah,
how, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? How could we
yeah.
do it better? You know?
Yeah, and that's where I was going to get to because I remember, back in 2014, whenever it was when you first introduced me to it, that the term scenario-based training came up.
Yeah,
And I was like,
exactly.
what the heck is that? And, you said it was a military term, and that's how you guys did some learning there. Well, it can go from something very serious, if you will, in scenarios to something not as serious as, like you just mentioned, soccer film, right? Using
Yep.
it with my team. I just take 2, 3, 4 minute clips. I put it into an experience, which we're going to show you how to build here in a second. And they can watch the clip. And you did this with the 12-year-olds, right?
Yep.
Watch this
Exactly.
little clip, ask, two things. What'd you do right? What can we do better? Maybe what side of the field should we go to? Whatever. And they get to answer it anonymously because you know how
Mm.
kids are,
Oh yeah.
especially teammates. They don't want to be wrong. They don't want to
Yeah.
see the
Exactly.
answers and have their names associated with it. But my players will come to me, or excuse me, they'll answer the questions. And the next day of training, I'll just talk about it. Hey, you guys all had this answer, or this question, and they learned from it. And you can see it happen on the field the next day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's really the key. The key is that it's shared learning. Shared
Yeah.
learning becomes important because
Yep.
you might write something in the answer, and I go and read it, and I'm like, I never thought about that because you're
Yeah.
coming at it from a different perspective as I
Yep.
am.
Yep. They're
Um,
learning from me, right? Just again with the soccer clip scenario, they're learning from me and what I sort of say because I'll voice over some of the clips, but then they're learning from each other and the answers, and then so am I. I've learned.
yeah.
Maybe I didn't see what was going on. Maybe I didn't know what Susie was thinking, and now I've just read an answer, and okay, now I get it. Yeah.
Well, what I teach people in like corporations and all that, and it applies here too, is like if you have 10 answers in there, you have 15 answers from your girls on the team or however many it is, and you're seeing that, you know, 10 of the, you know, 15 or 10 of the 18 or how many you have on your team are not getting the
Mhm.
concept, then you have to go out and address that in
Right.
practice.
Right.
That you
Because they're
need to
not
go
gonna
back.
they're not gonna say that at practice in front of everybody, right? Very
Absolutely.
few are. Yeah.
Yeah. So it,
Yeah.
it is the basis of, Amy's putting some great comments in there,
Hmm.
it's base level learning. It goes beyond it, and really, it's how we want to continue that conversation. But we want to have everybody involved in that conversation. We want people to bring their thought process and answers. Now, if you're going through the whole learning process, you're getting introduced to it in the experience background.
Hmm.
Then you're going in and you can put a presentation in there so you can explain it, you as the teacher or the person that's presenting the experience.
Hmm.
Then you're getting people to answer the experience, and then you're coming out with the lesson learned. And we'll talk about each of these components, but think about how that works. If in the learning environment it's getting reinforced, reinforced, reinforced,
Hmm.
reinforced, and that
Yep.
plays into the learning process. And that's really how we do it. And that's in the military. You mentioned scenario based training. That's what this is built off of. I'm going to take
Hmm.
something, I'm going to take a concept, and then I'm going to put you in that situation. And I'm going to
Right.
say, if you're in this situation, how would you handle it? Or,
Right.
if this is about who you are and I am from, who are you, you know,
Right.
and then you see what everybody else wrote and all that. So
Right.
it becomes a different way of learning. Again, when we're talking about this, how we differentiate ourselves from other learning
So I was going
platforms,
to ask.
it's not just a video after
Yep.
video after video after video.
Yep.
It
Yep.
is collaborative learning.
Yep.
Yeah.
From other members in the group and from the group leader.
Yeah,
Right. Yep. And
exactly.
the constant collaboration and communication. Just like we mentioned with Kate last hour. If she's not, and Lisa the hour before, if they're not going back and responding and collaborating and communicating with those members and answering those questions based off of their content, they're not going to have members. They're going to lose their members.
Well, it for Kate, it drives her Wednesday
Sure.
discussion because she is the person who wrote that experience. She goes back and reads everybody's answers before that Wednesday call, and it helps her
Yeah.
drive the discussion. So if you're doing collaborative calls, you're doing Zoom calls, you have things that, you know, where you're driving a schedule with people and you're teaching them a concept. If you take them through that process and then you get on the call and everybody's answered the experience before, now you have something to talk about. You have the
Yeah.
data, so to speak, to drive the conversation. And if there's gaps, you fill the gaps. You know, you fill the
Right.
gaps of, okay, they're not understanding the concept, or I need
Right.
to expand on this concept, or everybody's talking about anxiety and how they have to deal with anxiety. So let's expand on the topic
Right.
of anxiety, for
Exactly.
example. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
So it's
Well,
perfect. Well, let's build. You
yeah,
ready?
let's build it out.
Okay. So, so I'm going to go back into our group here. We're in the Convene 24 virtual. And as I go through, I'll kind of explain the different things that are inside of it. In fact, let me back up and I'm going to actually go out to the community. So it's the community experiences. If it's a public community, anybody and everybody can build an experience. And
Right.
you want people, anybody and everybody to build an experience. And this is, I'll give you a couple of thought processes on that in a public community. You want your members to come in, your group leaders to come in and build some free content in here. And it becomes a business builder for them. And I'll show you that concept here in just a minute. But what you're saying here is that, hey, I'm going to put a book in the library and anybody can come check this experience out because it is good for everybody. You know, it's free, it's content, and I want people to do it. And so you'll see these are experiences inside the Convene community, and they're talking about, you know, how Convene works, group strategy,
Right.
creating groups, creating experiences. And so you'll see, for example, is down in, you know, the coaches groups, the coaches can take those experiences. I'll go to Kate's group. I think she's done it, but Kate can go to those experiences in here and she can say, hey,
Yep.
I'm going to add these in here. So she
Yep.
doesn't have
That's
to
us. Yep.
recreate the wheel. She
Yep.
now has from that public experiences, she can pull them down.
Yeah. So
Right.
being able to take a public experience into a community and adding it
Correct.
to your own group because it's relevant or people, you think people will enjoy it is a great benefit.
Absolutely. So the other thing would be is I could do the same thing in here. I could come into this group because I created it and I could say, okay, let's add some experiences in here. So I can add inside of this group all the public experiences in here. And then I can come in here and I can look at the ones that I add, assign it to the group, and I can actually send it out and assign it out to any group member that is in
Yeah,
there.
and I've used that with my teams in the past. Maybe it
Yeah.
was just an experience or a clip or something that was only for defenders. Here's
Okay.
the 12 people I assign it to.
Perfect. That's right. Because that's and exactly what you want to do. Or let's say somebody comes in new and they're just getting started on building groups or building experiences. I might just assign that experience
That
out
one is, yeah.
specifically. Okay. So let's go into the group now. So we have the same, you can see now we're in the group. So I can build group experiences that are just for this particular group. And so that's where I'm at. I'm at where I just was a minute ago, but I want to create an experience. So, you know, in here, we're going to call, because this is the basis of when people come in, I'm going to go here. And like I told you, I was going to copy off of a Word document. And this is going to give people that are coming in, because we're trying to teach people about Convene. This is going to be the topic. It's called 12-second change everything, time critical decision making. So this is going to give you a backflow of what does this come from? What is Convene? What is this whole thing that we're talking about? Now I can assign categories to the experience that helps them being searchable, but you'll see that this one shows up as a private one because it's only visible inside of this particular group. I'm going to just paste that again for time. The 12 seconds change everything. But again, I'd probably want to put a little bit more description, but I can always go back and change that. And I'm going to create it. Now, with that being said, I'm going to go in and I'm going to grab my image, because what we've talked about is how the images are important. Where do we build these images?
Right. That's just,
99% of all people that build images do it with inside of Canva. So I highly suggest Canva doing it in there. So I built this image earlier. So I'm going to come in here and change it. And it's going to say, okay, let's crop it. So you have to just crop it here. And there you go. Now the image is there. And you see it changed up here in the description. So now I'm saying, okay, is this good? Yep, I like the image. The story of Convene with Matthew Curran, and it's 12 seconds changed everything. And then it's going to take me to this page. Now, what is on this page? Well, there's certain things. If I came over here, we have selected layouts that we have. I can come in and click on it, and it's going to say, hey, it has all of these things inside of it. It has a background, presentation, questions, lesson learned, tests, surveys, discussion board. Or I can come over here and I can manually pick what I want.
Yeah.
So I'm going to manually pick. I'm going to just put questions. I'm going to put a lesson learned and a discussion board.
Yeah. Before you click out of it, just to scroll down just a touch on the presets, so we can see all the presets.
Yeah.
So all of those presets are based on all of our previous experiences in years past of what people are really using the experiences for.
Right.
So, again, selling a digital course, if you
Yep.
want to test something, or if you have a content that needs a certification at the end, we put it all there, make it really nice and easy for you, click and keep going.
Yeah. These are the things that we've seen people do a lot that are, just that people do over and over and over,
Right.
to share my story. Maybe it's just a background and discussion board.
Right.
The Convene simple one, this is exactly what I just did. Background, experience, lesson learned and discussion. So it's giving you some different options, or you can come over and pick. Now, before we go past, these, when you click over here, it'll give you some idea. Every experience has a background information. The background information is when you come in and I'm going to teach you this topic. All right. Or I'm going to talk about this topic. So,
well, from the two examples we used earlier, that the background from I Am From is the poem, is the written piece.
Yeah.
Right? The background experience from the soccer clips is the soccer clips.
Absolutely. Exactly. The presentation, you can actually build a presentation inside of Convene. I'm not going to do it today. Or you can take a PowerPoint, and we have a PowerPoint uploader, and you can upload the PowerPoint. What a lot of people do, what I tend to do, if I have a presentation, I have a Mac, and I'll end up building the presentation through Canva. Mostly I do it now, and then I'll use Loom, and I'll do a voiceover and save that up into YouTube. And then that might be where I put the presentation. So giving you the background information, this is what this is all about. And then I'm going to give you the in the presentation, show you it. Or, maybe I go slide to slide to slide, and there's so many different ways to build it, but that's what that does. Questions become important. Questions are the who, what, when, where, why questions. You want to give open-ended questions. You want people to come in, and you want people to engage. If I ask you a yes or no question, here's my great example I'll use. Do you like chocolate? Well, if I say, do you like chocolate? You're going to say, yes, I like chocolate. I'm going to say no. Or I could say, do you like chocolate? What type of chocolate do you like? Or why do you like chocolate? Or why do you like chocolate? So it's making you expand on that thought process. So you want to ask the who, what, when, where, why. Or if I ask you a yes or no question, for example, I might come back and say, please explain your answer.
Well, and the questions, the answers to the questions are always anonymous.
Always
and
anonymous.
That's a major piece, if not the major piece, the questions and the answers of that peer-to-peer learning.
Yeah. So you can see lesson learned, compile the responses from your answers to the lesson learned experience. What that's telling you to do is like, why did you write this experience? Right. Let's take me as a teacher or me as somebody who's going to teach a topic. I'm going to read everybody's answers, and maybe I come back in and say, hey, based off of everybody's answers that I read, these are the learning points. These are the takeaways. So I can summarize what I saw. Or you as the teacher, it's like standing up in front of the classroom going, hey, take this away, take these 3 points away, and you're giving the foot stompers of what's going to be on the test, for example. That's the foot stomper there. And so those things become extremely important in that lesson learned, or maybe it's based off a real life experience, right? Maybe it's
Mhm.
based off a real story. I'm going to
Okay.
tell you what I did right, what I did wrong. I'm going to give you the real story of what actually went on. The lesson learned, we can go deep into that for a lot because it's important, right?
Mhm.
Pre-test, post-test, you can give multiple choice tests inside of Convene. Um, and those become important. Surveys, you can give surveys, and then discussion board. This is important too. It allows you to continue the conversation. So let's build one here.
Yeah.
Um,
And while you're clicking, the pre-test, post-test thing is a huge thing in education.
it
And
is.
I've only been in it for 5 years in the classroom, but I can tell you that the prior knowledge that the students will have just to be able to gauge it is, and then be able to test it afterwards is a major component to their learning.
Yeah. So this is going to be quick, and I'll show you how quick you can build it. Obviously, it's a little organization goes on the backside, but it's going to ask you, hey, do you want to write this as yourself or anonymously? We actually have people that come in and write experiences anonymously when they're talking about dealing with maybe some of the things they've dealt with in life and some of our like mental wellness communities or anything. We've had some people that have dealt with depression and they write experience. I can write a co-author experience. Like, for example, I can put in each section like you and me and Doc as co-authors on this. And the reason why you want to do that is because when somebody comes in and answers the experience, you'll also get a notification for that as well. I can
Right.
create completion certificates. So somebody finishes the experience, they can get a completion certificate. That is important. We have people that do continuing education, and sometimes you need to have that continuing education completion certificate. I can assign a due date for people where they're supposed to get it done. So I'm going to keep all those. No, well, actually, let me put co-author in there. Well, actually, no, because you're not in the group yet. So it won't do it. Okay. So then it's going to come up to the build page and it's going to say, okay, well, let's build this experience. Now I can always go back and change these if I wanted to. But I'm going to click in the background information. So let's build it. Same thing. Come over here to my great document that I have, and I'm going to just copy it. Well, I'm going to try to copy it here. All right.
I'm in the group.
All right. I'll go back and change that in a minute. Command C. All right. So I'm going to just come in over here and I'm going to paste it. There it is. So I just took 12 seconds, changed everything. This is something that I'd written up a long time ago. This talks about the kind of the idea and where it came from and the loss of Clark Beatty through the 2001, July 9th, 2001, losing my friend. So if you haven't watched the video of what Convene is all about and what experiences come from, go watch it. And so where are we going to do that? I'm going to add the video that talks about it. So again, YouTube videos. So there it is. I really kind of get in depth about that. So maybe I want to come back in and I want to make this a little bit bigger. I'm going to turn that into 18. I like sometimes to change the color of the main header. So I turn it to blue and I can come back in. Well, maybe I want that to be bold because that's the main header there, like these are. And so it's in there. Contact for more information. If somebody wants to talk to me, it has contact information where it's actually going to link out to a page because I copied it, and made it into the Word document. So there it is. I just created the page, the information page of the experience. And it's talking about where did all this come from and all that. So I'll submit that. And there it is. So that page is created.
Mm.
Now I want to add a document to it. Let's add a background file. I'm just going to come in here, add a document for now. Just because I'll put this in there to show that you can have experience documents. So I'm going to show that later with Brenda Warren, an experience that she created she has learning objectives and all that. So now I have questions, and I can come in and ask a question. Now I'm going to just ask, what did you think of the video? And I'll change this later. I'm just trying to give an example. So what did you think of the video? I'll put that in there. That's a question. I can ask as many as I want, but I have to put something in there. You can see the exclamation's gone. And then I'll add the lesson learned. The lesson learned is where I dive a little bit deeper into that topic. So in this case, I'm just going to go grab, I'm going to grab some text over here from my website. just to put something in there for now. And so there it is. My career as a Marine, talking about being a Marine. I'll submit that. And then a discussion board. This is where the discussion board is where you continue the conversation. So you want people to come in and you want people to talk about that. You know, what questions do you have? And
Right.
this is where you're,
You spelled it wrong.
yeah, didn't you?
Well, the other thing about the discussion board is it's not just continuing the kind of conversation, but as we mentioned earlier, if there was something in the experience or in the question, or excuse me, the answers from the questions that sort of kept coming up, now you can continue that in a discussion board. Maybe it was a topic that you didn't foresee becoming a topic of conversation. Well, now you can continue it in there.
Correct. And here's the deal. When your students go in and they take the experience, everybody needs to understand that they can actually come in and add a discussion board of their own. So they might have some question that I didn't ask, but they get during the experience, they can come in and add that in there. And so now I can submit this experience. And just because I have the power, I'll approve the experience. And then there it is. This is the dashboard, what I see. I can go in and preview it. So this is actually what the students will see when they go in and take it. They'll go through it. It'll ask them the question. They have the ability to answer it. And then once they answer it, they can come in here and edit it if they wanted to. It'll show everybody else's answers that are in here from if they've taken it. And then they get the lesson learned and they get to put their lesson learned. And then the last thing is they would see everybody else's lesson learned and their answers. So that learning, that reinforcement is taking place. And then they would be able to go into the discussion board if they wanted to add to that conversation. And that's as simple as it is. And now it becomes a collaborative learning environment. I can come back in here, let's say, and well, go back to, let me go back into the group. Sorry, Convene 24, virtual. Let's say I want to come back in later and edit it. Me as the editor, I can come back into there. That's what it looks like in the thing.
Right.
I can come back in and I can take that experience, 12 seconds, change everything, and I can assign it out to Jeff Bateson. And so you just got it assigned to you. If there's more people in the group, I can assign it out to the entire group. And now it just helps you with your collaborative learning and your assignments and all those different processes out there. And that's it. That's an experience.
That's the crux of Convene and the learning experiences, the learning that goes on inside of the Convene.
It is. It is.
Yep.
And,
So, well, that
and it's how we do things differently. Again, it's collaborative. Right. Now your people, you're not just watching that video that somebody created. You're actually involved in the learning process.
Right. And that's what I was just gonna say. That's the big part. We started with kind of what makes Convene different. It'll kind of go all the way through it. And the communities, the groups, massive components to it. But for me, anyway, the experiences is what really sets us apart. Yeah. Right. It's not just a video. It's not just a PowerPoint. It's not just a document. Here, read it, watch it, and be done with it. It's here. Yeah. Let's watch it. You read it. You watch it. Let's answer some questions. Let's learn from others. Oh, wait, there's a lessons learned. What is Matt's lesson learned in the 12 seconds? Oh, wow. I agree with that. And I also learned X, Y, and Z from the 500 people that took this experience and the answers that I read. And now I've really fully.
Exactly. And then me, when I'm out there teaching it and I pull that experience up, then I have that knowledge. I can show those answers. I can say, hey, this is what other people said to it. So now I'm using that data to teach and to be collaborative.
That's right. All right. So, and speaking of using data and teaching, and also with the in parentheses high energy teaching.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, here we go. Oh,
don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm not going to say it this time. But first, I want to say thanks, Jeff, for being on. You have to jump. You got to go coach some soccer games and all that. So
I do. I got to go coach my teams. See how we do today.
There we go. I didn't say anything.
Yes. Jeff, I'm sad you won't be with us. Oh,
you got this, though. Crying out loud. You're all right, Doc. Appreciate everything, man. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, buddy.
See you.
So now we have the Brenda Warren. And Brenda, how are you doing today?
I'm absolutely wonderful. I was so excited about Convene 24. Convene 23 was off the chain. We were in person, but when y'all gave us the opportunity to do it virtually, I was all over that.
Exactly. Now you're creating a powerhouse community. It's called the Life Community inside of Convene.
Yes, it
So I
is.
want you to introduce yourself, a
Okay.
little bit about yourself, and then let's build into the life community because you're going to be teaching entrepreneurs how to take this platform and truly leverage it into a business.
Okay. I am Brenda Warren, known as the Solutionist. I'm a retired Marine gunnery sergeant with 20 years of active service. I'm the mother of the amazing Alex. I am a former hospital administrator, 3-time best-selling author, and I am a pattern for living coach, a self-publishing coach, have my own publishing company. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I eat, sleep, and drink, helping people close the gap between their desires and their reality to live their best life now, what is now no opportunity wasted.
I can never do that. I mean, I'd have to stand in front of the mirror and try to practice that over and over and over, and I would never be able to get it out. I'd be like, oh no.
Man, I'm out of breath just hearing that.
Doc fell on the floor. He's
I've
recovering.
had a lot of practice, you
That's
guys,
it.
telling people what I do, why I do, and why I'm so passionate about what I do.
Mhm.
And I'm very passionate about what I do here on Convene Communities.
Well, speaking of that, you're going to be teaching the life community. So say what the life community stands for,
Okay.
um, because it's great, but you're going to be teaching the life community.
Mhm.
But that's what you're doing. You're trying to teach people how to be successful. And part of teaching people how to be successful is having that branding message like you just did.
Right. You know what? I have to back up though one thing, because what Life Community stands for today is not what Life Community started out as.
Right.
When I first joined Convene several years ago, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but I came in as a life coach, and it was living a life every day,
Yeah.
and we were excited about that. But as I got in there and people were asking me to do different things, I realized just being a life coach and gathering them wasn't enough. I needed to make this a business environment. And that's why we turned it into leveraging impact for entrepreneurs every day. I kept the life because it was known to everybody.
Yeah.
But we now leverage impact for entrepreneurs daily.
Yeah.
And the way we do that is inside the life community, we teach them how to create experiences, what they can do. We have about 38 experiences. Some are life coach, some are business, some are life related, because we use a mind, body, and soul approach. Because I believe that your business and your personal life should not have to suffer. We need to have a life harmony, because I don't believe in work-life balance, which will allow us to make sure that we're making sure that our lives and our businesses are designed in a way that helps us live our best life now, and we get to do business our way, Matt. And
Yeah.
Convene allows us to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really cool because that's what, over the time you've helped people write books inside of Convene. You've helped
Mhm.
people. You've really expand people's thought process on what it means to be an entrepreneur, what it means to be a business owner. Um, and that's a it's not always an easy thing to start.
No.
To start your own business and to go from zero to a business. And again, we talked about this a little, but it takes time. It takes effort. People want it to just fall in their hands, and it doesn't just fall out of the sky.
No, there's a secret to it though, Matt. And the secret is you got to do the work.
Yeah.
And Convene allows us an all-in-one platform so we can do the work and do it together, because it's about connection, it's about education, it's about the collaboration. What I tell people now, as I'm working to build my group inside of the life community, that is a paid group. The life community is where they come in for free. And that's where they first get their taste of me, where they can try several experiences, kind of get a feel for what we're going to be doing in there to leverage their impact. And those are what I call the life people. That's our crowd. They're in there, they're creating revenue and and learning how to make passive income, and they haven't spent a dime, and they're getting the nuggets and the basics of business. But those people that are ready to be servant leaders and take their business to the next level where it is thriving and not just surviving, they're going to join the Solutionist portal.
Mhm.
You were talking about experiences before I came on, and I thought that was really cool because, I put the first experience in the portal the other day, and it was about building a contingency plan. And I got an opportunity to make sure what I put actually works, because the day after I put that experience in Convene, guess what? I had an injury, and I had to employ my contingency plan to make sure everything was still running and that my customers and clients could still be serviced. So I know it works and that it's
Yeah.
a good thing for those people coming into the portal. But while the portal itself is unique with inside of Convene, is I need to get this out here, is that anybody that joins Convene in general has to understand, especially people that are talking about creating a business, there are 3,600 plus members in Convene. If you're trying to start a business, you already know you need to network, network, network. You start off with 3,600 people, already more, that at your fingertips to tell about what you're doing, share your experiences, collaborate with, and have potential to interact with.
Yeah.
In addition to that, we have 26 communities within Convene and even more groups in Convene. We have them paid and unpaid. Anybody that's a passionate entrepreneur that want to take their business to the next level, want to join the Life community, because that's where we're going to show them exactly what they can do to get their business up and running. Inside the portal, where there's a paid group coaching and an opportunity for one-on-one coaching, is where they would get all the details. They're going to get help with their branding, their business model canvas. They're going to be able to create their business avatars, their customer personas, do
Yeah.
SWOT analysis, whatever they need to do. We're going to do it. It's been tested. We've been practicing for the past 2 years, as you know, to make sure we can really accommodate this.
Yeah.
And Convene, with the discussion board, the blog capabilities, the experiences that we can do, gives us a platform that we can do all of that and make sure everybody gets exactly what they need to do business their way and in a concise way.
Yeah. So here's what's cool about it, right? Is you mentioned all the different communities. And so what's cool about that is I look at it as a workflow. And let's talk about the workflow, because you mentioned some of them. And you set me up for this. If they come into Convene, and let's say that they come into Convene and they meet with me and they say, listen, I have, I ask them, what's your story? What's your passion? And they go through their story and their passion, and they know they have this great idea. They know they have something that they want to turn into something profitable. I can take them through a strategy. Okay, here's the strategy. Here's how I can use the platform. Okay, do you have a name for your business? No. Do you have any branding for your business? No. Okay, I send them to you because I don't do that. I don't do the branding and the marketing and those particular things. So it becomes a workflow. I send them over to you. And then, for example, you're like, oh, you need videos done. Well, let me send you to Doc.
That's it.
And then, we workflow, we help each other out. We push each other, to where each other's expertise is. And that becomes so important because we're helping people along. And you don't have to become a master of everything. You can stay in your lane and we can help each other out. So talk about that.
I think that's the beauty of Convene, because once people get in and realize that community is at the heart of what we do, it's not community, it's communities. So
Yeah.
you have access to wellness coach, deaf doulas, video people, podcasters. There's so much inside of Convene that whatever you need, you can find it there. And if we don't have it, we have a resource for it. There's a whole veterans community that I absolutely love. Where else can you go and meet someone like me? You can meet best-selling authors, you can meet poets, you can meet millionaires. There's so many networking opportunities within Convene. A lot of servant leaders here, and we're looking for those people that actually are people that live in an attitude of gratitude, that are about serving the community, that understand it's not an individual community. It's all the communities work to ensure that all of us rise, that we all grow, because your light doesn't have to shine because somebody else's light dim. Our
Yep.
light shines brighter together, and in Convene, they make that possible.
Absolutely. And the referral fees, if I send somebody to you, they join the portal, I'm going to get a referral fee from it. So it's not like I don't have something to gain by helping you grow, and
But can
same
I
vice
mention that?
versa.
I have to cut in
Yeah.
here because remember, I sat there for 2 years because, like a lot of people, I didn't believe Convene was who Convene said who you said Convene was. But for 2 years, I just sat back and made money in my sleep, and I never spent a dime. I
Yeah.
think when people really began to understand that this platform with a purpose is designed for you to succeed, where else can you go for 2 years and make money in your sleep and you didn't spend any money?
Yeah.
Just by promoting the communities and the services and the groups within Convene. And it wasn't hard. I have a YouTube channel, so I just put a link somewhere, somebody buys it, I get paid.
That's
I
right.
love that. It's simple, it's easy, and anybody that's willing to do it. I'm creating Convene Life community ambassadors. Those are the people that already said, Brenda, I don't need to start, but I have a business. Well, that's great. Come on and be an ambassador, and you send people towards me. You'll get a referral fee. You're going to get paid, make money in your sleep when you send people to work with me.
That's
I
right.
love
So
it.
it Convene's a resource, right? This is what I
Yes,
love
it's a
about what you're doing.
resource.
It's a resource. So you're going to bring people in. You're going to teach them how to be an entrepreneur. You're going to give them the skills and the tools that they need to be an entrepreneur. But one of the tools is the resource of Convene. I want to be very specific about that word resource, because
Resource.
the solutionist portal is Brenda Warren. It's
Mhm.
not Convene. She just happens to be using the Convene platform as the resource to grow that community and that business.
And in my marketing, I say that the solution life community and the solutionist portal is housed on the platform with a purpose, Convene Communities, where you can learn, grow, connect, collaborate, and educate. Here's the best part about being here. You've made these opportunities with Doc. God bless you, Doc. We've had these podcasts. We have improved our podcast skills, our visibility. I have media training within the Solutionist Portal for the people coming there. We have so many opportunities for entrepreneurs to become keynote speakers, to get opportunities to do podcasts so they can get that experience. They have proof of concept that they can show. There's so many wonderful things that Convene offers as people begin to come in. It is going to blow people away what we're going to do.
Yeah. Speaking, let's talk about that, for example. So you teach speaking, I teach speaking. We're going to partner up on the Convene stuff, because we know we have a need. We want to get people on that stage to tell their story, but we also want to give them the tools that they need to come into a class. If they're going to be on the stage over that, on that Saturday, we want to build them up and teach them all those skills. So it's cool stuff like that, where we're partnering on stuff, where we're working together on stuff to really bring out that quality product.
I love the fact that I get to reach out to Jody or to Lisa or to one of the other Convene members, say, hey, I'm working on this project. Do you have any experience with that? And they'll give me a call back, or on the discussion board, we can put something we're looking for. I don't have to go outside. I can find what I need within Convene. The collaboration is off the chain here. Everybody's willing to help everybody grow. And the part, look, Matt, everybody has a story, and Convene is a great place to tell your story. We're going to make sure people can tell their story succinctly in a way that they shine. We don't want a whole bunch of tragedies and drama. We help people turn their mess into a message for the masses. And we are excited about doing that.
Yeah. I want to show something real quick, because I mentioned that I would. I'm going to share my screen. Just go to the live community and share it. And this is one of your experiences that you have in here. And this is talk about this.
Oh, that's a contingency plan. And I want to know too why you see there's only one in there, because in the portal, Matt, one of the things I am adamant about, the people that come into the portal have to get the training on how to do this. That's why you see only one there. We're going to add 12 more, but I want the members to build the experience, because that way, when they build their communities, they build their groups, they have gotten taught how to do it the right way the first time.
All right. So this is specifically the page I wanted to show. You're talking about this plan. I want everybody, because I just put a document in there, but this is what you can do inside of Convene. You can add your documents in here. So we'll click on this one, the contingency checklist, and then let me share this. So talk about that real quick. But because this is the type of stuff you should be adding to your experiences.
Right.
You don't have to go in depth, but
really quickly, that is the actual breakdown of the contingency plan itself for them. I gave them a document. And if you go out of that, they also have a checklist. This is the actual write-up of the things I'm speaking. If you go to the presentation part, you'll see that there is that right there is all in writing for them to go. And then if they don't want to read, they just click that video, and I am telling them what's in that document. And then they also have a checklist so they can fill out their own contingency plan for themselves. I'm going to add lessons learned, because I did not for that one, but I will do that.
Yeah, but I wanted to just show that, because I just threw a picture up there, but that's what you can do inside the documents. That's why document sharing is so important. It's beautiful what you have. So listen, we got just a couple minutes left. I mean, these 15 minutes go too fast, but yeah, look, you mean so much to Convene. You really do. The energy that you bring, what you're building out, is so important to the growth of Convene. You're going to be building this entrepreneur community and teaching people how to use the platform. So what does it mean to you to be here? And what would you tell others why they should come to Convene?
You should come to Convene if you're ready to go from close the gap between your desire and your reality, because look, you're not going to get it doing what you've done. You need the help. We're here to help you. It's a community where you can collaborate and do your best. And besides, the choices you make today will be the reality you live tomorrow. So you need to choose wisely. Join us in Convene and come on. So Doc, Matt, myself, and all the rest can help you live your best life now. No opportunity wasted.
I'm gonna run through that wall over there. I'm gonna like sprint and run through the wall.
Well, I'm watching and see all the other speakers. I'm excited. Thank you so much. Look at that. My
Yep.
time going off too, Doc. I'm on it.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, thank you so much for being a part of this. We're going to take a break now for lunch. Everybody
that's
take a
good.
break and let's be back. Doc, you got anything to add?
Let's eat.
All right, everybody, let's take it.
Bye, y'all.
5 minutes. We'll see you back at 12:30. My name is Matthew Curran, and I'm the creator and founder of Convene Communities. People often ask me how Convene Communities started, and it really started on July 9th of 2001. At that time, I was a Marine Corps pilot flying the CH-46 Echo at Marine Corps Air Station, New River. And on this particular day, we went out to do a routine training hop. Before I went on this flight, I went down to sign for the aircraft. And what that means is that I'm gonna, take the aircraft, and that's gonna be the one that I'm flying. And my combat crew chief, the guy that I flew with all the time, Clark Beatty, was in there. And I said, hey, how you doing? Can I have the book? And he goes, well, you're not flying with me. You're not going to my aircraft. And I was like, well, why aren't we flying together? And he said, well, I'm going to let the new guy fly with you, Sergeant Salah, fly with you tonight, but we'll be together tomorrow night. So as the night progressed, we took off with 2 CH-46 Echoes, and we proceeded down the New River to do some practice shipboard landings. My aircraft got there first, and his aircraft arrived just a little bit later. So my aircraft had an aircraft issue. We had a problem inside the aircraft, and so when that happened, we landed at the front of the LHA deck. And what the LHA deck is a big practice shipboard landing. It simulates landing on a ship. As we sat there talking about what was going on inside of our aircraft, we were really focused on what was going on. We weren't paying attention to what was happening outside of my helicopter. So I asked the gunny in the back, I said, hey gunny, where are they at? And he told me that they were on the downwind, which means that they were coming in on the downwind, getting ready to come in and land. And I asked the gunny, I said, gunny, can I lift? Can we take off? And he said, sir, did they call departing? And Sergeant Salah said, what do you mean, gunny? Aircraft just don't disappear. They have to be out there. And Sergeant Salah stuck his head out of the window and he said, sir, there are rocks in this water. And I was like, no. And he said, sir, come up now. They're in the water. So I took off in the helicopter and I kicked the nose around and I turned on the searchlight, and all I saw was debris in the water. All I saw was a helicopter that was broken up into hundreds, thousands of parts. So we come over top and we're circling over top, and now we're the on-scene commander, and we're making radio calls outside of, calling other controlling agencies, having them come in. And we finally see one head pop up, and then we see another head pop up. So this is great. We have 2 people out of the 5. And so we came back around, and at the time, the gunny and the Sergeant Salah asked me to pull into a hover and let them jump out. And I didn't think that was the best idea, because the last thing I wanted to happen is that we ended up in the water right next to them. So we were able to come into a hover, and we were able to drop another raft right to the 2 people that we could see. And they were standing there. We could see that the water was very shallow. They were standing there and they were just holding on to the raft. They weren't getting inside of the raft. And we see coming over the horizon another helicopter that's coming. The Pedro helicopter comes over the crash site, and they send their diver down to the wreckage. And when the diver goes down, he was down maybe 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, and he comes back up by himself. The helicopter moves over and it lands on the LHA deck, and it's facing us, and I see the diver get out, and I see him come over to Sergeant Salah. And the next words that Sergeant Salah say to me, they echo in my head all the time. I hear it all the time. He said, sir, they're all dead. Please take me home. I want to go home. And so when he got back into the helicopter and we took off from the LHA deck and we flew up the New River. I remember it just like it was yesterday, because here we are in the helicopter and we're flying up the New River, and I'm looking down at the water and it's so calm, it's so peaceful. It's just, there's nothing moving. And we're in a loud helicopter, but it's just silent. Nobody says a word. When we get back and we land, there's people waiting for us because we have to give statements about what happened. And so they meet us right at the helicopter and they walk us inside. Each person is assigned a person to take them in. And we go in and they let us make a phone call. And I remember my wife answered the call. And when she answered the call, the first words out of her mouth were, "Why are you calling me?" That's what she said. She's like, "Why are you calling me?" And I said, "Well, something happened." And she said, and the next words were, did somebody die? Did people die? She knew that something bad had taken place right away. And she said, "Did somebody die?" And I had somebody standing there, so I couldn't say anything. I just said yes. And she said, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yes." And she said, "Who died, Matt? Who died? Who was it?" And I couldn't answer. because, I wasn't allowed to answer. And I hung up with her, and my wife walked the neighborhood. She walked the neighborhood counting cars, looking for who might have been out flying that night, who was part of this particular mishap. And, she didn't know. Well, we were there throughout most of the night, and I finally went and got home, and I took a shower and I crawled in the bed and I cried. And, I had just lost my best friend. I had just lost my combat crew chief. I had just lost the guy the day that I checked into the squadron. When I got out of the car and I was walking in my uniform, he got out of his car and he was walking in his uniform, and he saluted me and I saluted him back, and we walked in. I went to the XO, he went to the sergeant major, and when we walked out, we were assigned together. Well, what people don't understand is the ramifications of being part of that military family. So from the loss of Clark Beatty, I figured out a lot of things, and I figured out that we all have a story. We all have something to share with each other. Anybody could take their story, take their life experience, take their passion, and they could translate that into a collaborative community, a peer-to-peer learning environment where we could all learn from each other. And that's the key. The key is, can we take our story, can we take our experience, and can we translate that to others so they can learn from it and they don't make the same mistakes that we made? Or maybe they make a great decision like we made because we've been willing and able to share that. So it doesn't matter if it's within a trauma center, it doesn't matter if it's flying in aviation, flying a helicopter, or flying a jet, it doesn't matter if it's coaching kids on a soccer field. We can all make a difference. And so as we bring together our stories, as we bring together our passions, how can we take our experience and knowledge and impact others? With Convene, we have a platform that allows you to do that. We have a platform that allows you to communicate and collaborate with others, bringing real life, real people, and real experiences together to make a difference in each other's lives.
What if you could use just one platform for all your business needs? No more using a half dozen different providers. No more creating courses only to be left alone. And no more algorithms. Convene Communities is an all-in-one business platform that allows you to create courses, paid access groups, blogs, and so much more. Let's face it, your members don't want to just watch your 10-step video course. They want access to you. With Convene, course takers can communicate with you, the expert, as well as others taking the course, making it a rich, interactive experience. Content creators can share their experiences to help people learn, create modules to sell, communicate in discussion boards, share lessons learned, offer surveys and tests, and issue completion certificates. This platform allows you to create engaging communities and groups of people that share the same passions in business, hobbies, and life. Not only that, Convene has a certified coaching program that will teach you everything you need to know to grow your own personal business, helping people build their presence on our platform. Take advantage of our built-in affiliate program to help promote your paid content. We also offer a simple CRM, document management, and project management system to help you manage your team or network with others. This innovative platform allows you to run your entire business, focusing on connecting, communicating, and educating, while maximizing opportunities to collaborate with others. Convene Communities brings together real life, real people, and real experiences. Join us today. Convene Communities.
We have a minute or two, but might be a good opportunity to see if anybody has any particular questions in the chat right now. I can't hear you because I muted your mic.
Look at that. Did you unmute me?
I did.
There we go. I can talk. We can do a little bit of a recap. Talk about this morning, and actually I'll share my screen. How about that?
Yeah.
We'll show the afternoon schedule. All right. So we have the afternoon schedule here, and talk a little bit of a recap this morning. We talked about success stories. We talked about Convene Communities. Had Lisa Herring
Hello,
come
Eugene.
in, and she was up. Did a great job talking about what she's been able to create inside of Convene. Talked about how to create groups. Actually showed you how to create a group. You know, if you want to learn more about that, come join the Convene community. You can click on the upper left-hand corner here and join the Convene community. And I'll teach you everything you need to know. Get in touch with myself, Eugene, Jeff, anybody, Doc. You know, we can get you all set up and going inside of Convene. We talked about creating, and we had Kate Gallihugh come on and talk about how she's leveraging the system. I'll actually refer back to her in the next little section here as well, when we're talking about mentorship and franchising type programs and strategies. And then, yeah, we talked about creating experiences. That's the heart and soul of Convene, how we share our experience and knowledge with others. Going to go into growth strategies here, talk about how it's different, how the platform is different. This is one of probably the most exciting things about what we're doing in Convene and the type of organizations that are coming. We'll get into that. Have Laurel Marr come on and talk about, you know, the death and resurrection doula community and how that is a franchise type community. Let me back up. We had Brenda come on and talk about, you know, creating an environment for entrepreneurs and teaching them how to use the system. And then we'll talk about leveraging the system. How can you grow it? Dr. Mel come on there. And obviously my co-host for this afternoon will be the Eugene Brown. And he's going to talk about at the end, trading stocks, his community. And then we'll have some Q&A and what's coming for Convene. So how are you, my friend? How are you doing? Eugene.
I am well. Can you guys hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
Good. It's a good day. Just been busy running errands and trying to listen in from time to time. Sounds like it's been a good day. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, great day so far. Everybody's brought it this morning. And we are, you know, really really growing. That's what's cool about this. And that's, it's exciting to see all the things that's going on. So as we kick into this, talk about who you are and how you came to Convene and how our friendship started and why are you excited about where we're at? And then we're going to get into growth strategy and talk about that.
Yeah, I guess a little bit about me. I make my home here in the Carolinas. Been married to my wife, Brandy, for about 17 years, I guess. I've got 4 children. I'm an ex-Army officer, served during the first Gulf War, was an ROTC active duty recipient, scholarship winner, was enlisted prior to that, joined the military for the GI Bill. Father was active duty military for 30 plus years. Traveled a great deal, and eventually got out of the military and came to Charlotte, North Carolina. And a couple of my friends from Altoona, Pennsylvania lived here. So they were like, hey, come to Charlotte when you get back from Germany. So I came here, and it's kind of had a up and down transition, I guess, if you will, as it related to transitioning from the military to the civilian world. Never really decided on a home. Had lots of really good opportunities working for the Vanguard Group, Family Dollar as an area manager, Ameriprise Financial Services as a financial planner. Number of good companies, but couldn't really settle in, couldn't bring myself to settle in. So eventually, you go up through ups and downs over the course of many years. And I started driving for Uber so I could work on business, and then eventually got connected with Matt Curran. So
Yeah, pretty cool story for everybody to hear. You know how Eugene and I got connected was one of my best friends got a ride from Eugene, and they had such a good conversation. Robert, I get a call and says, "Hey, you got to talk to this guy, Eugene," and so we've been yin and yang ever since.
a
Which
little
is
crazy.
yeah, which is cool.
Yeah.
But that was a number of years ago. And so we've been growing this platform. You're a huge part of it. Not only growing your trading stocks, but just a huge part of just the Convene platform itself. So this next section, we're going to talk about growth strategy. So let's kind of jump into that, Eugene, and talk about it. So look, what I've really recognized, so we have 2 types of communities inside of community. We have public communities, we have personal communities. You own a personal community that's all about you and trading stocks and the things that you do. We have public communities that's about growing, like a community of health and wellness coaches, for example, using that as the example. One of the things that's really important is that if you are going to grow, you have to have a strategy to grow no matter who you are, And so we do a lot of that. You and I do a lot of that of where we get on with people that are coming into Convene and we spend time with them defining what their strategy is and what it might be because people don't know. They come to us. I have a story. I have a passion. I know I have something. I want to do something, but I don't know how to do it. So what do you think about that? I mean, if you were giving somebody advice on the thought process, what do you tell them?
Yeah, I would echo what you said. If you have a passion and you have a story, how do you leverage that? And if you don't truly have a passion or a story, then how do you leverage our system and leverage other people's stories and other people's passions? So I think there are 2 general directions that you can go that I outlined. For me personally, I like pen to paper. Sit down, think about what you're good at, think about what your skill sets are, think about what your passions are, and see if they align with what we do as a company, and think about our features, advantages, and benefits of our platform. And then, so how do you either, go this direction and start down that path, or maybe you go this direction?
Yeah. So one of the most exciting things that we've really come to recognize within the last year is that one of the things that our platform really helps people with is a type of model. And I want to talk about this strategy and this concept is the mentorship / franchise type model. And that's what we're going to have Laurel Marr come on here in a little bit. We're going to interview her about that concept because she has a true franchise type model that she has built. But what do I mean by that? So if you go and you look inside of Convene and you look inside of the concept of Convene communities itself, me, you, as kind of the leaders of Convene, Jeff, is our job is to teach people how to use and to leverage the platform using our system. So that's Convene holistic. So we're training the trainers. We're training people how to take either become a coach of Convene and like what Kate Gallihugh is doing, and she's coaching Discover You. So we're teaching her to be a platform professional. So we're teaching her a system of leveraging the system to coach people, or we're taking the system, what Kate's doing inside of Discover You, and she is teaching people how to use the Discover You system. So they're training the trainers, they're training the coaches how to understand the Discover You system and how to build it inside of their own personal Discover You group.
Mhm.
Laurel is teaching people how to be a death doula, and then she's giving them a space inside of the community to grow within the state infrastructure. So now you'll have state leaders, and in the state leaders, those state leaders will grow other doulas with inside, let's say North Carolina, where I live, Um, so it's a franchise type model. It's like being McDonald's, I don't teach people how to trade stocks, but let's use you as an example. I taught you how to use the platform, and now you have taken that platform and creating the trading stocks community. So we've really created something, and other platforms do not do that, right? You're going to create your content, you're going to create your course, and then people are going to take your content in. And in other platforms, if I'm teaching you how to, okay, let's say my course is about how to be a coach, you're going to have to go create your own space somewhere,
Mhm.
right? And so that's where we're different in the
Yeah.
community infrastructure, the group infrastructure.
Yeah, I would just again echo what you said. My approach to it, and I know we'll talk about some of this towards the 2:30 time frame, is the 3 C's. It's either you're going coaching, you either have a course, or the kind of the new model is what I call like having chapters. The
Yep.
franchise model. So I'm working on all three of those, and then you know really nailing down how the three of these things interact with each other. And I know, I won't steal all of Laurel's thunder because what I'm doing is a little bit certainly different, but there are a lot of similarities. So yeah, so coaching courses and
Yeah.
chapters.
But you have the flexibility to do it. That's the cool thing about the infrastructure and Convene is it gives you complete autonomy to go out and grow it the way you want to grow it. And the platform is just the resource with
Yeah, and
flexibility in it.
I would say the resource is it's a pretty good resource because if you really understand how you can build, and if you have a way with which you build, if you understand how those moving pieces affect other pieces, it truly is an incredible opportunity. And I'm not saying that because I'm so deeply involved, but I don't know that I've seen anything else really like it. And
Yeah.
it's an immense opportunity, and we'll dive into more of that later, I'm sure.
Yeah. So the cool thing too is that what I do when I'm coaching people is because you might be sitting here listening and you're going, okay, well, what do you mean? You got communities, then it's broken down into groups, and groups can be broken down into subgroups, and people maybe they don't quite visualize it, right? They can't quite visualize, well, what is he talking about? So the best thing that for me to do is like you said, it's like taking that sheet of paper or taking that whiteboard and drawing the squares up on the whiteboard.
Mhm.
And, I'll get on a call with people now and I use Zoom, they'll use Zoom whiteboard feature. And I will literally I will ask you and I'll say, hey, let me go over your strategy with you. And so from going over that strategy, I will actually take it and I will break it down and actually do exactly what we're talking about of defining your story, defining your passion. What do you want to really do? And from doing that, then I'm able to really kind of come up with a way to do it. So I'm going to show you an example here. All right. Can you see my screen?
Not
Are
yet.
you seeing that diagram?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. So this lady's name is Jazzy, and this is a great example of how with Jazzy I met with her and I said, "Hey Jazzy, what do you want to do in life?" And so Jazzy has like face-to-face events that she does, and she's also an author. And she said, "Hey, I want to help others." And I said, "Okay, well, how do you want to help others?" I want them to realize the power and truth that they have. I want them to know. I want to be a part of the journey, their journey. I want to help them understand that they have a voice. I want them to become self aware, build confidence, and tell their story. So we got to tell their story. And I said, "Well, how do you want to do that?" And she said, "Well, once they've gone through, all of that self discovery, I want to teach them how to do writing." And that could be, writing poetry or like it says down here, journaling, poetry, self-expression, or writing a book. So her classes that she teaches, they're called the Uncontrolled Goddess. And so she's written 5 books: the Uncontrolled Goddess Handbook, the Uncontrolled Goddess Workbook. She's written a book called Rise and one called Take Back Control, and then the 5 ways. And I apologize, but I didn't finish the 5 ways because I don't know how to type very fast. So, but she's written all of these books, and she actually does face-to-face seminars, but she needs that leave behind, like we've been talking about. So now she's creating the Uncontrolled Goddess group. And inside of creating the Uncontrolled Goddess, I only have 2 modules here, but each of these will be a module, right? Well, actually, the Uncontrolled Handbook and the Uncontrolled Workbook go into this module of that. And then she'll have one on Rise, one on Take Back Control, and one on the 5 ways here. So that's kind of an example of how I get people to visualize, okay, this is kind of a infrastructure that you have. But what did she say at the end? She wants to do it through writing, right? So now she's creating that writing group. And then from that writing group, she's going to teach people journaling, self poetry, or poetry, self expression. And she's published 5 books, right? So she knows how to use, to do that. So now we come into Convene, and she has inside of the Bookshelves and Inkwells community, because she really wants to teach. That's the ultimate goal: teach people how to write their story. She's creating that group inside of that community, which is a reading and writing community. And then she's creating her subgroups inside of her groups. And then she's going to teach people how to do it. But now you have to show them that strategy and then show them how it can be built out with inside of the platform.
Yeah, I would just say, just echoing what I mentioned earlier about putting pen to paper. That's certainly a great way to do it. Probably the best way to do it, so that people can visualize it, see it, and kind of make notes and make the appropriate changes. But yeah, I like what she's working on. She can leverage all of that.
We can take those sessions and we can build a strategy for anybody. So if you're somebody that has that story, has something that they're very passionate about, you can take that and define it out, because they don't always kind of visualize how to do it. Or one thing I always encourage people is, people's vision a lot of times is small, right? They have a tiny vision, right? Our next guest is going to be a classic example. I'm kind of leading into the introduction of Laurel Marr. But when she came to me, and I met with her, and she told me that she was a death doula. First, I didn't know what a death doula is, and she'll introduce that. But she wanted to create 2 modules originally in our original conversation to teach people and certify people how to be a death doula. And now you're going to see, and I'm not going to steal her thunder, but what you're going to see is what that vision and that strategy has been built into. And it's a true franchise model. So it's pretty exciting. And you can take anybody, and what I try to do is help them expand past what they thought their wildest dreams were. Don't just think small, think big. But then you go back and say, okay, but we're going to start small, because you got to build small. You got to build the foundation of the house before you can frame the walls, and before you get to the roof, and before you lay the brick. And it's a process that takes time.
Yeah. Yeah. I talk to people all the time about process, and we'll get into it later. They're asking, how have I become successful? And I always tell them, making money is a system. You have to systematize everything that you do. So, we're talking about strategy. How do you put together a strategy that that works a bit like a system. So all the pieces of the puzzle are in place that yield the outcome that you are looking for.
Absolutely. Well, is Laurel here? Is she ready?
That is a big fat negative.
Laurel, where are you? So we'll keep talking for a second while we wait for Laurel to get in. But I said that a little bit earlier. But so hopefully Laurel will be here in just a second. But yeah, it's a strategy. It's building that strategy and knowing that your strategy is going to continue to evolve over time. It just continues to evolve. You and I have been at this many years together, and we change and update, change and update, and change and update. And that's good. Two types of groups. Let me talk about that real quick. When you come to paid content and you build this into your strategy, it's a one-time payment group or a one-time payment module where you bring people in, or it's a membership group. So I wanted to talk about that. I specifically wanted to bring that topic up because that group there is the membership group is something that expands. And I call them dynamic groups, right? At that point, because you're constantly adding content to it. And you do a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly the two types of groups, like you said, subscription based or a one-time payment for the group. I do a lot of that with stocks. It all really, and I won't take too much time with it, began with the coaching aspect of it. And then it expanded to courses, and now it's expanding to chapters. So yeah, it's trial and error, making the appropriate changes, figuring out what is going to work. Is Laurel here?
No, but you know what? You guys
We're
are jumping the gun a little bit.
It's me. I'm off on my time. So that's good. But yeah, Laurel, I know she's watching. So whenever you want to come, we can go because we got a lot to talk about with you. So it's me that's off on my time. I apologize about that. But yeah. So yeah, it becomes, important that you define your strategy out. You get your strategy together, you define your strategy out, and from defining your strategy, then you start to build, and then you revamp, and then you understand that it can't be built like now. It has to be built over time. It's a process that you go through in that building block process, So I think that's where we as a company have evolved, where before it was people coming in and people focusing on a lot of building their own stuff inside of the community infrastructure. Now we have a lot of organizations coming to us, and what they have done is they have the mentorship, the franchise type model. And from that mentor and that franchise type model, they're able to now take the content that they have, and they're going to train the trainers to go out and implement their content. And you're going to teach them how to use the platform using your content to grow their own groups. And that's huge. It's huge. But in their own way, that's what you'll see with Laurel. But Discover You, for example, they're making their own coaches, legacy-minded men. They have 690 plus men's groups across the world. We're building out their infrastructure so we can train their group leaders to have their own space in their own group inside of the community. Move Your Chains. Move Your Chains is Lee Rusan. Lee Rusan is a two-time Super Bowl champion with the New York Giants. Lee will be coming in and he will be creating training his trainers and his coaches to use the Move Your Chains curriculum to go out and implement in high schools all across the country and groups to grow their own group in there. But they're Move Your Chains mentors and coaches certified,
Yeah,
so it's pretty
I think,
cool.
The platform is very well built for that sort of model.
Yeah, exactly. So pretty excited there. And I can think of other things. If you go to a public community, for example, inside of Convene is the same concept. But now what I'm doing inside of a public community, the health and wellness community, which Dr. Mel will be on here a little bit later. Her ultimate goal now is to find health and wellness coaches all across the country. So it's not necessarily falling underneath Dr. Mel's content. not at all. But it's falling underneath the health and wellness category, and she will be coaching them and teaching them how to grow a community. Now, you and I have talked about this a lot. And you always go like this: when you understand, and we'll talk about leveraging a system in the next session, but when you understand how powerful the platform is and all the things you can do and how the way money is transferred and how we grow and the referral fees, for people helping each other out, and you teach people how to use the platform and you grow a community, then that's key as well. That's beautiful. So
Yes, I would agree. I can't wait till we get to leveraging the system. Strategy certainly is the starting point, but once you really dive into the platform and you start understanding how to leverage the system, then I think your business can take off exponentially as you kind of get going. So
let's do one other example of a strategy meeting that I had. And this is the one that I had with Dr. Mel, and Dr. Mel will come on afterwards. But this is going to be a little bit more in depth of a strategy meeting. You saw the one that I did with Jazzy. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. This one, because Dr. Mel is a community leader, I'm trying to get her to think big, or I'm trying to get her to think out of the box. And from getting her to think big and out of the box, this is how I did it and what we talked about. So Dr. Mel is, health and wellness coach, and she'll come in and talk about that. So we won't really get into talking about Dr. Mel herself, because I want to talk about the overall strategy. Inside of her community, she is a community leader, but she has her two own personal spaces. You can see this line comes down to 2 own personal spaces. She has Live Well with Dr. Mel, and then she has her yoga group inside of here. So I'll kind of talk about and touch on those with her yoga group. Side of that, I talked to her about Lainey. Lainey's my daughter who's going through her yoga certification right now. And part of what Lainey has to do is she has to actually create content for that online content for that yoga and videos to turn in for that certification. Well, Lainey can become a contributor where she's just contributing. She doesn't want to create her own group. She doesn't have to do all those different things. But she just wants to be a contributor to begin with. But then she goes to Dr. Mel and she says, hey, I would not mind learning more. I like what you have. I wouldn't mind having my own group. So Dr. Mel says, yeah, let's create your own group out here. So Lainey creates a group for herself, and she gets a membership. So Dr. Mel gets a referral fee off the membership and all that. And Lainey creates some content. Well, here's the deal. How is she going to teach Lainey how to go over here and create her own group? Well, she does that by bringing her into the collab group. So the health and wellness collab group. And inside of that, Dr. Mel can have her own coaching group where she's working individually with Lainey to teach her the system, teach her how to use Convene. She doesn't have to recreate the wheel. We've already created all that training, but she has the quick start videos that she gives to Lainey. And now Lainey is in there, and she's collaborating with other community group leaders inside of the health and wellness community, and she's helping Lainey grow using that as an example. Now, that's a big kind of thought process for somebody to go through. But for somebody who wants to grow something big, that's the next level of strategy. But we have to walk people through that thought process to get them to understand it's good, Dr. Mel, that you've created Live Well with Dr. Mel, and she'll talk about it in the next section. And you have the yoga, but you're the community leader. Now let's go and let's grow a community, and let's bring other people in, like Lainey, who's going to be a yoga instructor. And when Lainey's ready, because Lainey might not be ready to begin with, let her just be a contributor to begin with. And when Lainey's ready, then you teach Lainey how to create her group. But she can be sitting over here in this collab group until she says, hey, Dr. Mel, I'm ready. I want you to coach me on how to do this. And that's why it becomes part of our system to bring people through the Convene Platform Professional, like all of you that are on here today. Everybody that's on here has gone through that Convene Platform Professional to really learn the system and learn how it works. I'll take a breath.
That was a lot, but it was good. Outlining the difference between public communities versus personal communities. The strategies can be similar, but they're certainly two different schools of thought with somewhat how you approach it, because it's different.
It is, because in your personal community, you own your own community. You control the content in there, or you control the content in there, but you also can have admins that help you. But that's where we're growing as a company. And do not let me forget this, because when we're in the last section, I'm going to tell you how we have evolved past that in the next version 3.0 that's coming, that allows you to give people permission. So you can bring me into your group, give me permission to create a group, even though you have total control over that community. It's going to be wonderful.
Yeah.
And yes, Laurel just said, yes. Thank you, Matt, for getting
Laurel's here.
Anything big. Laurel is here. Let's bring her in, because we can just start, because this is a big vision. Look at Laurel.
Hey.
First, I have to say, look at that lighting and look at that mic. So you have evolved.
Yes.
And you're.
Yes.
Good. So how are you doing today?
Yeah. I'm good. How are you? Nice to see you, Eugene.
Good to see you as well. I'll take my leave. I know we're going to.
Yeah, you can say, Eugene.
Oh, I'd like them to focus on Laurel. I know I'm coming back in the next session. Yes.
Yeah, you're coming back the next session to help me run it, and then you'll be the final session. So if you want to,
and I'm going to be listening in to Laurel, and I'm going to pick up some good tips, because I'm doing some things that are similar. So I'm excited to hear some of the details, Laurel. But I'll pop out, but I'll pop back on.
Okay, cool.
All right.
So Laurel, you and I met a number of years ago. A little over a year ago, I would say October of 2023, and it was through Synapse, an organization. And from that, we were able to really start growing something special. I had no idea what you did and what you're doing. And so just kind of introduce yourself and start with that and talk a little bit about who you are.
Okay. I want to say quickly, we met on a Zoom, and I was drawn to Convene Communities because of the Uniquely You program that you talked about a little bit. I have two teenagers, and I thought, oh, wow, that's really great. And then we connected because you heard what I did through the 3-minute business share at the meeting. And I, in those first few minutes of getting to know each other, I had no idea I'd be able to build what I have built to talk about it today. So I just wanted to add that. What do I do? I am a Christian end-of-life doula. Can also be known as a death doula. I use the phrases interchangeably. I sort of like the death doula phrase better. But death doulas are emerging in a time where death has been an off limits conversation. We don't talk about it. We don't see it. Yeah. You can have a loved one or a member of your community who you hear they're sick, and maybe they stop coming to church because they're unable to. And then you hear they die. Maybe you didn't see them when they were sick. Maybe you didn't see them, after they died, or maybe you did in an open casket at a funeral after they were embalmed. And then life moves on. But there's so much more to death than that. So we can even experience good things in our life by embracing the fact that we are going to die, not embracing it as is that it is a good thing. Death can be maybe a relief through sickness or old age, but that does never mean that death is a good thing.
Listen, the reality of it is two certainties. We're going to be born and we're going to die. What we do in between is part of it, part of our life story, but it just happens, and it's a reality, and it's something that we do not like to face. You and I have had lots of conversations about this, but it is a reality, and it's something that you have to be able to prepare for. As simple as something like you said to me about your father, that he updated his password list, a few weeks before he passed away. And I never thought about that, but that becomes important, because what happens if something happened to me and, my wife and my kids couldn't get into the accounts and stuff like that. And that's a simple task, but that's one of the things that you've helped me with and to think about. Well, let's
You
talk
know,
about
in
how go ahead.
I was going to say, there are deaths do occur without warning. My father's death was one of those, heart attack,
Yeah.
and, relatively healthy person. You think, heart attack. He didn't update his list because he knew he was going to have a heart attack. He was just an organized man, and he did, but it made my work helping my mother immediately, because so many things happen when someone dies that need to be taken care of, and it just helped my work be a lot easier in, with my own grief, but helping my mother move through the grief, that we didn't have to, look for certain things that are such as simple as a password that can, lock you out of, a certain thing. So it is all these mundane tasks make a big
Yeah.
difference if you have them
Yeah.
planned out.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So when we first met, you had a thought process, right? And I said it earlier. You're like, I know what I want to do, but I'm not sure what I want to do, or you weren't quite thinking to the extreme that we've gone to. And it's not an extreme. It's actually a reality, because it was a little bit thinking out of the box. You wanted to help death doulas become certified Christian faith-based death doulas. So talk a little bit about
Yeah.
that, and then how we just started evolving it.
Okay. Well, it's really a niche that, until I started training, was completely unfilled. Anybody who, does take interest in my program, they specifically are looking for a Christian program. There's a lot of different training programs out there. I've seen a lot of them spring up just in the past few years, as has mine. I've been, I pretty much launched mine last summer, but they all are exclusive of Christianity. And that is completely obvious the minute that you start doing searches on what it takes to become a death doula. So I really feel that niche, and I'm filling it well. I don't think that, I'm leaving room for someone to come in and do another kind of program, because this program is competitive with the other doula training programs on the practitioner side, but it's deeply grounded in theology, a theology of the cross. And so it deals with death from a Christian perspective. And that's as important as, understanding the process of dying. If we can understand the process of dying, that's always going to be helpful. But what about the grief that's taking place for the dying person, for the community members and the loved ones? If we can't fill in there with comfort and hope in a God who has resurrected Jesus from the dead, then, we don't, we can be a presence, we can be organized, but being a Christian allows us to bring so much more to that moment, and the moments leading up to it, and the time afterwards. When someone dies, that person is no longer here, and it is devastating. It can cause a lot of upheaval in someone's life. So we are able to navigate through that season with them, with the hope of the gospel as well. And we can forget that when a loved one dies, our faith might be shaken.
Sure.
So doulas are a great
Yeah.
resource. Yeah.
So you wanted to create 2 modules. You wanted to create a module about that
Yeah.
had theology based on helping your doulas understand that and how to work with their members, their family members, and then you had to talk business. You had to kind of give them the other side of it. So, and that was your goals to begin with.
Yeah.
When we first met,
Yeah.
you wanted to create these.
Two modules.
Yeah.
Theology and the practitioner module. Module is both modules are widely adaptable to what the other doula training programs provide. So if legacy projects are a big part of why people hire a doula, we'll look at the legacy project through our creed of Christianity.
Yeah.
And so module 1 focuses on that. Module 2 focuses on the practice, helping people find a good lawyer. What does the death vigil look like? What's a funeral? How do we work with churches and families and funeral directors? All of that. And business planning. What's a sole proprietorship? What is an LLC? How do you get one started? And how can you use Convene to expand your business?
Now, how do you do this? Explain how you do this because you have a schedule, set schedule, and this becomes important. And your members go in and they know what they're responsible for. So they go and they take their experiences within the module and they're able to go back and read everybody else's answers. And these answers are amazing. They're great. They're
They're
in
great.
depth
Yeah.
because your doulas that are participating want to be there. They want to be a part of it. And so they know that that collaborative learning is important, as we've talked about this morning, but you've put together a process, and this process drives the show. And again, one thing that is, again, you have these meetings, and then Convene is the resource that helps you drive the show. And she froze. There you go. You're back. You froze. Did you hear me?
Sorry. I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Well, I do want to say that the schedule is to aid doulas in having a goal, to get the completed, but also to dive deeper with me, with other collaborating doulas. There will be times when some of the professionals who have contributed to the course will come in and be a part of the class. Matt, you've been there in some of my classes, and but you can attain certification by going through the program at your own pace, not attending the live classes. It's an added benefit of using the platform. And I record the classes. They can be watched at any time, but typically every week I have a good turnout, and it makes the collaboration so much better. And the doulas have gotten to know each other a little bit. And if they, see another doula in their state, I know they're communicating offline, and all that's really great.
Yeah, and so that's cool. So now they have the expectations, they have a schedule laid out, they know what they're responsible for, they're going through the classes, they're able to read what other doulas are writing, not just what you're saying. So they're sharing. One of the cool things that is a really big part of your program that I want you to kind of touch on real quick is talk about how you have them build their own experience to introduce them and their
Yeah.
story.
Well, Convene is a experiential learning platform, and the what Convene has set up for us to build experiences, we can share with other people what we've learned through our life. And this is really important with conversations around end of life,
Mhm.
and especially through Christian stories. But practicum in module 1 is they tell their story, and they do so inside of an experience that they create. And they can use images, they can use videos, they can use text.
Mhm.
And it's a way for them to think about their story as they prepare to listen to the stories of others, the clients that they'll be working with,
Yeah.
and get to know by one another's stories. One of the doulas in my program, which more than one, but they are bereaved mothers, and
Yeah.
their story is very impactful. Yeah, what they've learned through
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So now let's get into what we really want to talk
Yeah.
about inside of this is we want to talk about your growth strategy. So we went past these modules, and now we want to talk about massive growth. We want to talk about growth and inside of this, and um, how now we've turned what you've created into a true franchise model. So we have Bonnie here, for example, that's watching, and so we're gonna put this slide up there that Doc's sharing, and you can kind of talk through this about how you're.
Yep.
And this is a strategy. Again, we were just sharing strategies before you came on, but now this is the strategy that you're really leveraging and growing. But Convene gives you the ability to do that.
Yeah, I want to say Mel's here too. So Bonnie's in Ohio, and Mel is in my program. And so we'll keep those states in mind, as well as Virginia and Matt in North Carolina, if you ever become a doula certified under the Death and Resurrection Doula Training Program, or you bring someone in to me from North Carolina
Right.
that you know. Anyway, so I'm a personal community. I'm listed up at the top of this graph, and or this image, and you start there, and you don't have to only want to train to come be a part of my community. So I want to have pastors as a part of my community, and I already do have some, but inviting church leaders inviting people in who know they need to work with a doula. And it's never too early to start working with a doula, because at 46 years of age, I need to have a comprehensive end of life plan. When events change in my life, I need to update it,
Yeah.
right? So a doula is a great resource for a healthy person who wants to continue to have healthy conversations with people in their family and just to have a healthy mindset around the fact that we will die one
Yeah.
day. But it's also a place for this training program, and even since beginning the teaching in June last year, I have already started to grow my vision beyond that. And so, to start out, you are going to, if you want to train, you're going to enter into the training group, and you got to take modules 1 and 2. That gives you a complete certification. And you need to join your state, because states are where the work happens. That's where we collaborate with other doulas in our state. We get to know them, we support each other, and in growing this death and resurrection doula vision inside of our states, and incorporating Christian communities, so that doulas are met with people who need the service, and those who need the service are met with doulas in their area. Also, once you're certified, not required, but recommended to join the Collaborative and Continuing Education Association. That is it is going to be a competitor to the National End of Life Doula Alliance, which is a group that takes doulas certified from other programs, pulls them together, gives them a place um, to to collaborate and support one another. What I'm doing is different on many levels, but to me, one of the most important levels is I'm doing it with a Christian worldview, something that's not present in NEDA, even when I asked if they would incorporate faith-based presenters into
Yeah.
what's
So you froze
done.
again. So you're there, you froze again.
We can
Well, that's here while you're frozen, I'll start talking. Are you back? So talk a little bit
I'm
about,
back.
because we only got a couple more minutes
Okay.
in this. And so talk a little bit about building it down the states. And so you're building, it's not just that you're building doulas, but you're building a directory for people to come in and find a death doula. And so now the key thing in this whole concept here, the franchise type concept, is you have, like you said, you have Melissa watching, you have Bonnie watching. Now they're going to be able to run their states, and they're going to be able to grow their states or their different areas. But then, like you see down there in the middle, you have the Laurel Mar group. That's your personal business, and that's where you work with your individual clients or customers. For example, me, in that you're making things happen in there. And so Laurel kind of popped off there, but I'll kind of continue talking. But that's the idea behind it. The idea behind it is that she's growing states, and this is where you take the vision from just being an individual collaboration and training program to actual having certified death doulas, and then having her death doula continuing education and collaboration, where her death doulas across the board are sitting there working together. And then they go down, and the individual death doulas create their groups in whatever states that they are running it in. And now they're able to grow together and collaborate together as they're growing a customer base. So it's really an amazing model. And I'll tell you, Doc, like working with Laurel, me and her working together, this really helped us expand the vision. And she set the model for Discover You, for Legacy Minded Men, for a lot of ways that many people are doing their communities now and all that.
She's it looks like she's trying to come back in, but she's having difficulties on her end.
Yeah. So it was great. If you don't know Laurel, go get to know her inside of the communities. What she's building is so special. It's absolutely an amazing organization. She's growing really big, but she does calls on Tuesday nights. You can come into the Convene communities. You can join the Death and Resurrection Doula community. Please do. If you know somebody who might need the services, unfortunately, we all will need it at some point. But also the point is that she's building just an amazing organization of people who are servant leaders and are servant bound to really help others. And again, plays right into the mission of Convene Community as a platform with a purpose. Her community has a purpose to serve others, and it's absolutely amazing. All right, strategy. It's everything, Doc. You and I went through it for the Podcast Central community. You're growing out an amazing community, and you got to come up with a strategy. Then you can build.
Absolutely.
All right, let's take 15 minutes, and we'll be back.
All right, let's do it.
All right, thank you.
What if you could use just one platform for all your business needs? No more using a half dozen different providers. No more creating courses only to be left alone. And no more algorithms. Convene Communities is an all-in-one business platform that allows you to create courses, paid access groups, blogs, and so much more. Let's face it, your members don't want to just watch your 10-step video course. They want access to you. With Convene, course takers can communicate with you, the expert, as well as others taking the course, making it a rich, interactive experience. Content creators can share their experiences to help people learn, create modules to sell, communicate in discussion boards, share lessons learned, offer surveys and tests, and issue completion certificates. This platform allows you to create engaging communities and groups of people that share the same passions in business, hobbies, and life. Not only that, Convene has a certified coaching program that will teach you everything you need to know to grow your own personal business, helping people build their presence on our platform. Take advantage of our built-in affiliate program to help promote your paid content. We also offer a simple CRM, document management, and project management system to help you manage your team or network with others. This innovative platform allows you to run your entire business, focusing on connecting, communicating, and educating, while maximizing opportunities to collaborate with others. Convene Communities brings together real life, real people, and real experiences. Join us today. Convene Communities.
You know, not for nothing. I got to throw it out there. I watched that video twice now in a row, and I'll be damned if that doesn't look like the exact same shirt, Eugene, that you wore in the video.
It is. It is. It's my power shirt.
Convene Community shirt.
That's right.
It. It's a power shirt. I like that. Power shirt. I love that. That's good.
That's what
All
you
right.
call situational awareness right there, my friend.
That's it.
That's right.
You're way more observant than me. I didn't see it. So it's good. I'm impressed.
All right, gentlemen.
All right. Hey, Eugene, that video does a great job of talking about the Convene system. And so what we're going to talk about in this section of the meeting and presentation here is we're going to talk about leveraging a system. So when I say leveraging a system, if I put that comment out there, what does that mean to you? Leveraging a system.
It's taking something that has been built and figuring out a way to ideally scale it and make it beneficial to you, either, by just simply creating value, but also by maybe creating value and income to help you do whatever the goal is, achieve whatever the goal is.
Absolutely. And so I think one of the great things about what we've built here in the Convene platform, if we've built a whole complete business system, it takes care of everything from, your content creation, your groups, your collaboration, but it also, takes care of the payment system, the referral program, all the different things that you can do that we'll kind of talk about, in the next 30 minutes. To help you create a complete business system, no matter what you're doing. We're going to have, Dr. Mel coming on here, at the top of the hour, and she's going to talk, she's a licensed physical therapist, and she's been able to take the system and leverage it to grow something pretty special as a physical therapist. Again, if you go back and look at, like, I never thought we'd have a death doula. I never thought we'd have somebody teaching Social Security and disability benefits. I mean, you teach people how to trade stocks. Dr. Mel is a licensed physical therapist. I could go on with the list. We have musicians coming in that are going to do amazing things. Ed Nicholson, who's growing a community based around music and producing and all of those different things. There's just amazing things that happen, but if you're going to do it, you need a system and a process to leverage it. And I want to be very clear about that. Convene is a resource.
Right.
So yes, we are growing Convene holistically because we want to create this mall, so to speak, of stores and communities within inside of it. But it's really, you're growing your stuff and you're growing it using the resource.
Yeah, and we've built a pretty nice resource at that, but it's just another way for you to be able to create value and create income online. And I think everyone who out there who's been paying attention, they realize globally that they better figure out a way to leverage the online opportunity, taking their intellectual property and then scale it. So talk about leveraging a platform. It's a very good platform to leverage.
Yeah. So in 2022, the online education market was $400 billion market, $400 billion market. By 2032 is projected to be a $1.37 trillion market. Now, we have people coming to us and we're in the middle. Again, the last section that we're going to really jump into in the last section in the Q&A is we're going to talk about Convene 3.0. So we're going to talk about some of the things that we're doing, some of the things that are coming, but we'll get to that. But what we have, right now is it's a leverageable system that people are succeeding with, which is really, really cool because they're doing it in so many different ways that I had a vision for it. I had a thought process for it. Obviously, you and I worked through a lot of this with Jeff and our team, obviously to build it, but it's the magnitude of what it can be and what it will be. It's off the scale.
Yeah, and I think the main ways we leverage it is either as a community leader, either public or a personal community. You either leverage it as a group leader, either public, private, or a premier group if you're selling content, or certainly you can leverage the system as just a free member, free valued member. There are plenty of ways to leverage our system.
Absolutely. Some people don't want to create content. They just don't want to. It's not their thing. Tom Dorney comes to mind, right? He's not a content creator, but he is one of the first people to share somebody's content out there. And when they share somebody's content out there, he can make referral fees off of it. So let me back up. We're going to get to this because this is important. Let's talk about the all-in-one platform, what we're creating here. And so what do I mean by the all-in-one platform? We talked about the learning management, the e-learning environment that's out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the e-learning environment that's out there is incredibly important. It's a great environment that we've created because it's a collaborative environment. But what ends up happening is that, what if I want to track my contacts, right? What if I want to, have some content management in there? So we built in Convene Connect, which is a CRM.
Right.
So now you can do contact management. What if I want a project management, right? We worked with large company, one of the largest companies out there. We did what we call white label contract, business to business. We built project management to do that contract with them. So now customers can have a project manager to manage their stuff. And then we have document management. I really want to hit on document management because this is important to me. I got tired of going to Dropbox. Well, people would come to us and they say, well, we don't want to go to Monday.com. We don't want to go to Trello. We don't want to go to Dropbox or Google Docs. So can you build it all in one spot? So that's what we've done. We've created this one-stop shop, but document managed to me is one of my favorite things, because I can have my personal documents. I can have community documents. I can have group documents. I can have module documents. I can have experience documents.
Mm-hmm.
I can put documents in my CRM. Let's say you're somebody that I'm working with and I need documents with you. I can have you in there and have your documents in that one spot. I can have my projects that I'm working on. I can have project documents, but I can manage that all from my own personal document management center. And that becomes cool because it's so much more organized than what I used to have in the Dropbox that I used to have. So it's all in one platform, very organized, and it's going to allow you specifically to run your own business right there by
Yeah,
yourself.
big time benefit because there's so much out there. You know, people are creating things each and every day. And if you can package it all in one place to give them all of the tools to run their small businesses or a larger business, then that's certainly very, very important.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. I love it. I love it. Um, yeah, Mike says happy to be part of this awesome platform. We appreciate you too, Mike. So that's so important, you know, as we continue to grow and go to the next level. Um, so yeah, it's we've taken that and we've taken it to the next level. So now we built in the payment system, so everything is handled through the payment system, and we have referral fees, right? Which
Right.
are very important. And you're the money man, so why don't you go and talk through the different ways people can leverage all the way from you sell your own content, you keep it all to buying memberships to referring other people's content and allowing people to refer your content.
Yeah, if you're again, if you build content and you yourself sell it, then you keep 100% of the proceeds. If you incentivize other people to sell, say, one of your courses, then you can either pay out through the affiliate system anywhere from 10% to 60%. You can uh, recruit people, if you will, or share our opportunity, share our platform. And when people join, they will fall on one of your three tiers, 1, 2, or 3. And someone who joins for free that may come in and they're interested in the book club, they may find themselves later on going over and purchasing uh, coaching services from Dr. Mel. And so the idea is to bring people to what we call the mall. You know, the mall is the platform. You either, when you come inside of the mall or the platform, you're able to maybe, start your own community. Again, you can become a group leader or you become a qualified affiliate and you're able to share other people's opportunities and get paid weekly.
Yeah. And that's pretty cool. So you can, we talk about that. It's a very, everybody has a referral program, Amazon, you name it, everybody has a referral program. So what you're doing in creating your content and giving that referral fee is you're allowing people to go out and refer it. I might be out and I might meet somebody. And when I meet that person, I say, they're talking about, oh man, I really would love to learn how to day trade and learn how to, trade stocks, but I don't know anything about it. Well, I don't teach that, but I know a guy named Eugene that does, you know, and so I can say, hey, well, come join Convene. I give them my referral link and I give them your link straight to your group. They come to Convene, they buy one of your coaching services or they buy one of your courses, and you just paid me a referral fee. So
Right.
it's that passive income, right? And so that passive income, it might be a one-time payment because it's a one-time fee for them to join, or it could be a monthly membership. So every month I'm making that referral fee and it's just coming. We talked to Lisa Herring earlier. That's how we started the day. And Lisa, we talked about how when in Convene 23 last year, it was like, well, how did you get to Convene? Lisa, how did you get to Convene? Lisa, how so many people said that.
Mhm.
Well, what ends up happening with Lisa is she makes a lot off referral fees because she's brought people in that are growing their own stuff, or she's brought somebody in who brought somebody else in, and now they're growing their own stuff. So it's a passive income, and so passive income is huge because once I brought you into the system, you can go wherever you want in the system. I brought you to Convene. The system knows I brought you to Convene, and you go take a course on AI from Mike. I didn't tell you to go there. You just found
Right.
your way to that store and you paid for that course from Mike, and I get a referral fee from Mike. So helping Mike grow because I brought you to the mall. And that's
Right.
key. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly like an Uber driver or a bus driver who's picking up passengers, bringing them to the mall, and the people get off the bus and they decide to go to Chick-fil-A or they go to Payless Shoes or wherever they go because you brought them to the opportunity and you shared what our platform offers, whether that's free or paid or however you wish to communicate inside the mall, whatever you wish to do. That is that's a very special opportunity.
It is. It is. And another thing that we do is we pay off our membership. I don't know, I haven't found another program that does this, another learning management system or e-learning platform that does this. But if you come in and you want to become a community leader, and we pay a referral fee, like if somebody brought you to Convene, that person would get a referral fee from me, from Convene Communities. If you become a premier member so you can create paid content inside of the platform, you get a referral fee. Most companies keep all that membership to themselves.
Mhm.
We pay referral fees because we understand that how we've grown and how we're going to grow is a lot of word of mouth marketing, right? So when you're growing your community of trading stocks, Convene is growing holistically.
Right.
And again, you never know where people are going to go. So that membership referral fees is key because again, if you're just a member, every member is free. It's only when you decide that you want to create your storefront that you end up paying anything to Convene.
Yeah, and Convene is very generous in the way that our compensation package is structured. And I think when people come in, and again, if they understand how you can leverage the platform, it's really a big deal. You guys have heard me pound the table often and talk about if you understood and if you understand how the system works, then you would have certainly a better appreciation for it, and it would certainly drive you to take action. So,
Yeah.
certainly, I'm on a TikTok live as we speak. I certainly want to encourage people to investigate how companies are rewarding people for their loyalty, for their memberships, for their participation. We're a company who does a lot of all of that.
Yeah, absolutely we do because again, it's if we help each other, and that's where you see inside of Convene. That's where you leverage the system and you help each other grow. Again, I don't trade stocks, but I know a guy who does. I'm not a doctor of physical therapy, but I know somebody who is. I'm not a death doula, but I know somebody who is. I'm not an expert in Social Security and disability benefits, but I know somebody who is. And the list goes on and on. We talked about Brenda and teaching entrepreneurship and branding and marketing. I don't teach branding and marketing. She does. So there's so many different aspects of how we can help each other grow. And here's what you get into: the abundance versus scarcity mindset. Where people mess it up all the time is they have a scarcity mindset. I don't want to share what I got. I don't want to be a part of a community because if I'm part of a community of health and wellness coaches, then they're gonna take my clients. Well, here's the facts. The facts of it and the psychology behind it is if I go into the health and wellness, I'm going to work with somebody, um, and I might work with that person for some time, but then I'm going to start looking for somebody else as
Mhm.
well because I want to go and test the water, see what somebody else has. Well, if you have referrals in there, then it becomes important that people can grow from helping each other grow. Or, for example, if I'm a health and wellness coach and somebody who's a lady comes to me and says, "Hey, I really want to do your coaching, but I really prefer to work with a female coach." Okay, well, I know somebody. I'm going to send you over to Jody Watkins, to work with Jody Watkins. So you form these relationships and you have an abundance mindset. You think about helping each and everybody grow. And by doing that, you're growing at the same time. But people can't get past that. That's one of the things that makes us different. But if you want to grow out here on the island by yourself, maybe we're not the platform for you. But if you want to grow inside of community rich environment where we're helping each and everybody grow, then we are the platform for you.
Yeah, all successful, or at least incredibly successful companies use that abundance sort of mindset. Amazon's a perfect example. How do we empower, or how do we let people globally drive traffic to our company, and their affiliate program is probably the largest in the world. They don't pay that much, anywhere from 3 to 5%, but that mindset has certainly helped them change the game. Years and years ago, the example I always talk about is John Paul Getty would say, the oil billionaire, I'd rather have 1% of 100 people than 100% of myself. It is a better strategy. It is a better way to leverage what you do by helping more people help themselves. And in turn, it helps you and your company.
Absolutely. And that's the whole premise of my job our job. I say mine, but you're just much part of it, of Convene Communities. Our job is to, and we'll leave the stock community out, the trading stocks community out. We're going to talk about Convene. Our job is to help our members grow. Our marketing job is to help our members grow. Our job is to help, people get recognized and noticed. And I'll give you an example this week. Laurel was just on in the last segment, and Convene made a referral fee this week because she sold a course, but the person came in based off of finding us through an interview and through the marketing that we had done about Laurel's death, the death and resurrection doula community. So they came in under Convene, and they found their way to Laurel, became interested in what that program offered, and paid for her course this week. And therefore, that's our job. And that's how we end up making referral fees in the process as well, because we're trying to help people grow, but we can all help each other grow. Kate said better together, for sure. And that's just the truth. It's better if we help each other grow. And that's the ultimate goal and the ultimate plan of Convene Communities.
Yeah.
Sure.
I get super excited about it. I may not look excited, but I'm very excited right now. Very excited about what we're building, the participation, better together, to Kate's point, by our core members, and then the people that are coming in that are new, that are making a difference, whether they're nonprofit organizations or for-profit organizations that are coming in, and it's encouraging us and allowing us to make changes for the better, to help the masses, to help more people. So leveraging the system is key, but doing it in a way that is beneficial to others is big. Yeah,
it is. It is big. And it's a platform with a purpose. It's a system that we've created. And that's what's so cool about it is, just trust the process. Let us help you create your strategy. The platform is your resource there. And I talked about this earlier with Brenda and Doc. I'm not sure if you can hear me, if you can come back on, because I want to talk through this. We have a workflow, and the workflow that we have is, you might come to me, you work with me, or you work with you, or you work with Jeff on strategy. Let's say we're going to help you build your strategy. If you need, let's say you don't have logos yet, you don't have branding for your business, then we send you over to work with Brenda, for example. But part of growing a business is podcasting, for example. And so maybe you want to learn how to podcast, or you want to learn how to run a virtual summit like that. Then we send you to this man, Doc. And Doc, I want you to talk about what you've been able to create, because this is part of the system that we've put in place to take you through and send you to the people that are experts.
I'm horrible at this.
I know.
However, I'm not sure exactly what you want me to highlight. However, so
what have you built? What have you built to help people?
Yeah, much like what we saw with Laurel earlier when we started with the diagram. That's exactly how you and I started. I had this idea, and I started just drawing circles on a piece of paper, throwing them down. Then you and I got on the call together. We kind of prettied it up a little bit, and we took that piece of paper, that idea, essentially, and we have created a training course for podcasting. And what we teach you, we've got 7 modules or 7 topics, and inside each topic is modules, learning modules. So we've got, we're teaching you from the very basics of, hey, what is podcasting really? And then what do I need to start equipment wise, all the way through interviewing, how to interview guests, how to get guests, how to market, how to get your platform out there. And then most importantly, we talk about podcast producing. Is it right for you? What is it? Is it not right for you? And then lastly, we talk about things as what we're doing now, how to put on an online conference and be successful.
Yeah. And so it's a process. If you're a content creator and you're somebody who's out there doing it, like, you have to podcast. You have to get yourself out there. You have to get your story told. That's one option. I'm not saying you have to, but a lot of times people just don't know how to do it. Well, that's what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to provide you that resource. What equipment do you buy? Do you buy a mic? What lighting do you get? We did a great, video yesterday on lighting and mics and stuff like that. And so we were able to take these things and teach everybody because people are apprehensive about just, for example, starting their own podcast or being on camera or what do I sound like? What do I look like and all that. And so it becomes important.
And if I could add real quick, exactly what you were just talking about, you get that fear of doing it. Well, I'm here to make your life easy.
Correct.
If you're somebody who's an entrepreneur and like most folks in Convene, you're super busy, you don't have the time. Well, let me ease your burden. And more importantly, what you had mentioned is the fact that I want to share this with everyone. I'm not worried about, oh, well, crap, I'm giving business away. No, that's not what we're about here. We're about helping each other grow. And if I can help you grow, then, money's great, sure, but I get more enjoyment out of seeing you be successful than anything else.
Yeah. Kate says it right there. I came to the realization that in order for my dreams and my vision to become a reality, I had to bring others along with me to help make it real. That's what you just said, Doc. That is exactly what you just said.
Yeah, but Kate's a lot smarter than I am.
Well, Kate's smarter than all of us. We all know that, let's be honest. But it's really think abundance. Think with that abundance mindset. Don't think with that scarcity mindset.
Yeah,
You
I
can
would say,
reach. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, man. I was just going to say, to piggyback on what Kate was saying, I believe it was JFK that said, don't quote me. He said, find a way to serve the many because service to many leads to greatness. Find a way to help a lot of people because when you do that, that will lead to success. And if that's an Amazon thing, as an example, find a way to get people's packages faster, to make it easy for them to shop. Because if I can do that, it will lead to greatness. Chick-fil-A, there's all of these companies and these people who are ultra successful. They've taken something that they can leverage, and they scale it, and they give good value for people, and then they become successful with that service mentality.
Yes.
In mind, how do I help my fellow man, if you will? I get making a profit and all the rest of it, but find a way to serve the many because service to many leads to greatness.
Well, Eugene, you say it all the time. Like, look at up in the upper corner, the name of who we are and the logo. And so you talk about that all the time. You say, this is a great name. It is. It's a great name. When the marketing firm brought it to me, I was like, that's a great name because Convene means to come together. And what better place to come together than in communities? That's
or
where
a Beatles song.
Yeah, our Beatles song. That's right. But if you look at the logo there, we call it the helix. But what is the helix? The helix is the greater than and less than sign coming together. So can we help each other out? That's what this is about. Being a servant leader, being a servant, somebody who helps people, raise their level to in whatever topic it is. Is it mental wellness? Is it parenting? Is it business? Is it, you name it? We're here to help each other grow and to help each other thrive. And that's what we're here to do. That's our job. If you go back, when I first created Convene, I was speaking one of the really times the thought process came to me. I was speaking at Duke University at a medical conference. I tell the story all the time, and people wanted to come up to me afterwards. I'm there talking about trauma, time critical decision making, working in a high risk environment. And afterwards, nobody wanted to talk to me about that. They wanted to talk to me about literally what they wanted to talk to me about is parenting, relationships, and their marriage. because they had taken what I was talking about, and that was the topic everybody was asking me about. And so I was like, well, why am I just going to keep this platform for myself where I can grow it this much? Why don't I let everybody take the platform and the resource and go grow it in whatever direction they want to go? And that truly is that abundance mindset. We can grow more together than we can by ourselves.
I just like being around all you smart people.
It's, we got who do we have represented here? So we got the Navy. Okay. That's what you're saying right there. We got the Army, who thinks he's kind of smart. And then we have the Marines, that is the brains behind the whole outfit.
This freaking guy.
He's special.
Bring up the Navy, don't you?
Yeah.
You know what Marine stands for, right?
What's that?
My ass rides in Navy equipment.
Yeah, that's true. You give us a ride. Yeah, that's right. So, anyway, is Dr. Mel here yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. All right. She'll be here in just a minute.
Yeah, we got a few minutes left.
Yeah.
2 to be exact. No pressure.
On
No
the gun, Dr. Mel. So, no, Eugene, I mean, you say it all the time, and I love when you do it, when you're on the meetings and you're talking to people and you're explaining it to them, and you just go, when you understand, you got to take the time to understand. It takes time. It takes time. So,
can I get an example, Eugene? Can I see it one time? I need to see it.
Oh, when I pound the table?
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay, let's see if we can get it. When you understand exactly what this platform is about, then you will appreciate what the opportunity that lies before you. So try to drill down in on that.
That's the motivation I needed right there. Well done, sir.
All right, we're working to get Mel on here. She'll be here in just a moment.
No problem.
Dr. Mel's talking about what coming up?
So Dr. Mel is going to talk about how she's taken it and the system and leveraged the system. So I've done a lot of talking with Dr. Mel here in the last week. And, here's the deal. You know this, Eugene, you got to come into Convene communities and you have to build your content.
Right.
And when you build that content personally, it's like what Kate talked about earlier. You have to build your content. You have to learn how to use the system. And when you learn how to use the system, then you can show others how to use the system. And so Mel and I have done a lot of talking this last week on, she's done a wonderful job of creating her environment and her system. Now, how can she go out and grow that health and wellness community of other wellness and health and wellness coaches, whether that be fitness coaches or whether that be yoga instructors, whether that be physical therapists, or whether that be, she has a great lady coming in that's creating stuff about self-care and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's growing, taking the system and growing that system through, through what the system allows you to do. And so we've gotten, like I said, I showed that strategy that we created for her earlier, talking about, taking Lainey. And one of the things, again, I'll say it, not everybody wants to create content, but they might be just a great contributor. You know what I mean? They might be love to write blogs. Bring them in and let them write blogs. They might, like in the health and wellness community, the mental wellness community. I have podcasts lined up for the next month. Great podcasts. And that's just because I stopped there. But all through March, I have amazing podcasts every month, every Tuesday, to talk about topics that, look, Doc, the podcast we did this last Tuesday with Matthew.
Amazing show.
Amazing. One of my favorite that we've done. We did Matthew, a podcast with Matthew Seaman. You know him from the past.
Yeah.
It was awesome. It was awesome. And I have podcasts lined up. We got Patty Muller, who's a regular. She'll be coming back on. Here's Patty Muller. Patty Muller here with, I think the platform is made for authors.
Patty is kind of like Dr. Phil to our Oprah.
Yeah, exactly. But Patty, the thing about Patty is that she's got such a high workload as a counselor right now that she does not have the time to come in and create her own group. But she does have the time to come on once every month or month and a half or so and be our special guest on the podcast. So she's able to come in and be that contributor that we need. And so it's awesome, so that's pretty cool. All right. All right, let me, can you, we need to resend. Do you have her email? We need to resend her the link.
I don't. However,
Okay.
I can fax or text it to you real quick, and then you can
Well, hold on. I'm going to go do it.
shoot it on over to her.
I'm going to take a quick break.
No, I think we should stay on track and push through. We'll get her on momentarily. Tell me a bedtime story, Eugene.
Bedtime story.
Yeah, it's past my nap time.
Wow.
Once upon a time.
In a land far, far away.
So, honestly, I'm really bad about self-promoting, but I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone. So let me just step out for a second and say, if you haven't checked out the new podcasting group, please go check it out. I've been putting in a lot of work. Where it's officially launched. However, we're still constantly upgrading, making videos and doing some wonderful things. I'm excited about it, and I'm excited for you, the listeners, and everyone else to come on board and check it out, and let's get some learning taking place here.
And let's get some groups in there, some other podcast groups going. Let me talk about that real quick. One of the cool things about doing a podcast and bringing it into Convene is that, especially if you're doing it via video, is it allows you to create an experience with two-way communication. And that two-way communication allows you to allow your people to be a part of that experience, be a part of that podcast where they may not be able to otherwise, or if they miss it, they can come back and watch it. So I think we have a special guest ready to come in. Hopefully it's the baby.
I'm going to jump off while she comes in.
All right.
I let her in. Why do we not see you? It looks like she's frozen.
Oh, there she went.
There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Oh, look, Dr. Mel has some Convene swag. Interesting.
We're going to work on your swag game there, Doc. I promise. All right. Hey, Dr. Mel, how are you doing?
Hey guys, sorry, I couldn't find the link, and I'm here. I made it.
Oh, that's all right. Do not worry about it. So we're able to just run our mouths like we're good at, so it's not a problem. So welcome. Yeah, I was saying, and I don't know if you heard me saying it because you were trying to find the link and get on, but you and I have done a lot of talking over this last week, which is really good. We've needed to do some talking and kind of get ready to kind of take your stuff to the next level. And I was telling them that you basically created your personal stuff, just like what we talked about with Kate earlier. But now it's time to go and grow a massive community of health and wellness coaches. But before we can get there, I need you to introduce yourself and who you are.
I go by Dr. Mel. My group in Convene is called Live Well with Dr. Mel. But Matt has really helped me see outside myself and build the health and wellness community on Convene. So I'm really excited about that. I'm also a licensed physical therapist. That's my background, board certified licensed physical therapist since 2014.
Yeah. So, and you know what, talk a little bit about that, because I just want people to know, like, you're really, when we talk about servant leader and somebody who really is out there to help people, that's what you do as a physical therapist. And you went in with one thought process, like most young college athletes. You were a college softball player. I'm going to go and I'm going to be a physical therapist. I'm going to work in the sports field and all that. But you have a different focus, and talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, definitely. So I think, like most people in high school, you think athletic training, physical therapy, you're going to work with a sports team. I was a 3-sport athlete. I played softball, soccer, and basketball, varsity 3-sport athlete since 9th grade. And I had multiple injuries myself. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna help people get back to sport. Like that's where I thought I would go. And then I went into PT school, and throughout my doctorate program, during my third or fourth year, my grandmother actually slipped going down the stairs, and she ended up passing away because she had a head trauma and internal bleeding. And my grandma was very, very special to me. She was my person, like my go-to person. She was just the calm presence and light in my life. Somebody you can just turn to through anything, and she gave you sound advice, and she was just so special to me. And I actually changed my whole path because of that. I decided to work with the geriatric population then out. I'm currently working in the home health field as a director of home care, where I help facilitate getting people into their home, getting care in their homes.
Yeah.
So it was just, Convene was a perfect segue for me for that, to help really people who are homebound, who can't get out, can't get to a clinic, can't do the basic things that athletes can do no problem. So it just is such a rewarding field to be a part of, because anybody like that is an athlete can already walk and do the basic activities of daily living. But for those who can't do things like walk or get out of bed, that just seems so much more rewarding to help them do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I say that too, and I wanted to bring that up because some of your videos that you make are so compassionate. You're working with individuals. You're actually working with some of the older people. And I saw one that you did a couple weeks ago where you're helping an older lady, and you're helping her, move because she doesn't get out and move. And I look at that and I'm like, oh man, that is such a compassionate, empathetic heart, and I think that's so awesome. But then you get somebody like me that has, parents that are getting a little older and all that. And you've created a fall prevention class inside of your group, inside of your community. And yes, that is it's for the older generation, but it's also for me. It's for me to go through that fall prevention course. And well, not because I just had a hip replacement and I'm old and I might fit into your category, but no, what I mean by is that it's for me to maybe help my parents out and stuff like that. And that's key. So talk about that a little bit.
So it's not just for the older adult who's suffering from impairments and having difficulty with their mobility and is at risk for falls. It's also for the caregiver, the CNA, the parents, the loved one who's trying to prevent this from happening to somebody they love. So it's a beautiful way to share it with multiple different people of all different ages to prevent this larger problem from reoccurring. Falls happen to be the leading cause of death in older individuals. And if you're lucky enough not to die from the fall, it is so important to correct the problem and stop it in its tracks, because you're 2 times more likely to fall again after the first fall.
Yeah. Well, so you found a way, this section we're talking about leveraging a system. So one of the things you've done is you found a way to leverage personally inside of your group to leverage the system. So for example, I just said to everybody, I have a hip replacement over the last 4 weeks ago, this Monday, next Monday. And so it's one of those things where you've been able to take what you're doing maybe in the clinic or, but people's insurance runs out and they're done, but you form this, I talk about this. I started talking about this at the beginning of this. You form this know, like, and trust with these clients. And then all of a sudden they have to stop because they don't have a way or they don't have insurance or whatever. But you can go forward and create these private groups or these places where they're able to continue to work with you like me. So talk about that, how you've been able to leverage the system in that way to create these groups where you're working individually with people.
I think most physical therapists would agree with me on this. When you're treating a patient in the home, it's 100% covered. They are making great steps forward. And then once they leave you, they have to go to an outpatient clinic where some of these patients can't afford the copays in outpatient. And some of them never take that next step to go out to the clinic, or there's that gray area where you have to discharge them, but they're unable to get to the clinic yet, but their insurance is up. So I was constantly looking for a way, how can I keep in touch with these people? How can I make sure that they're keeping up with the routine that I've started for them? And I needed to remain in contact with them through a community-based platform. And that's when I was able to find Convene. I knew it was the perfect fit because it was something I could keep in contact with the previous patients that I've already met, where they can continue to ask questions, continue to follow up with me, whether it's free or whether they wanted my one-on-one coaching continued.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and so one of the things that you've also been able to do is besides that, you've been able to yoga. Yoga is very important to you. So you've created a group and talk about your ultimate goal for that yoga. I used you as an example in the last section, talking about Lainey and how creating that group, and maybe Lainey one day wants to go. So we'll expand on this topic as we talk through it.
Yeah, definitely. So I have many loves. It's not just getting people stronger, but also bringing a spiritual aspect to your healing. And yoga has been that way of finding relaxation, finding that it's a journey and it's not going to happen overnight. And yoga has been a blessing to my life in order to help me grow as an individual. So I went on and got my yoga certification, and then I made a group inside Convene to allow for free yoga to anybody inside my community. Right now, I have built it up where there's lots of videos from me doing my yoga practices, things that I enjoy, like restorative yoga routines, yin yoga routines. However, I'm looking for other yoga instructors to put their love of yoga in. There's so many different types of yoga that you can do, and I can't master them all. But if we can get somebody who's certified like Lainey, get in and put her twist on yoga and put some yoga videos in, and then other people who specialize in different types of yoga, like hatha yoga, there's so many different avenues we can go, and the more we can build it up, I think of it as a library of yoga that you can choose from different instructors with different backgrounds.
Yeah, yeah. And so we talked about that, like Lainey coming in and being a contributor, like right away. Let her come in, be a contributor, be a part of it, and that's wonderful. But then let's say Lainey grows a little bit, and this is where it steps up for you to the next level, because you are the community leader of the health and wellness community, one of the community leaders. And so the ultimate goal is to grow this space out, because there's so many varieties of wellness and health and wellness and fitness coaches. So can we grow? We'll go in here and we'll use your slides to talk through this as we do this.
Yeah, so the health and wellness community is a public community. It's completely free for anybody to join, look around, see what we offer. And I encourage not only people who are just looking for yoga videos or a physical therapist who want to improve their wellness, but also for instructors and health coaches to see how they can help me build this community. This community is not mine. This community is ours. And this is every health coach out there can contribute in some way. And you don't have to pay anything to contribute. It's free to come in and look around, and you can register today and join.
Yeah. And so if you go to the next slide, your members can be a part of the process. That's what we want. We want it. It's not just about you. It's not just about Jody Watkins. It's about any member that wants to come in and be a part of it. And they can ask questions and be a part of the discussion as well.
Exactly. As you see here on the discussion board, I'm not even there. So it's really a collaborative environment where we get people of all walks of life putting their input, their experiences, and asking their own questions and bringing up their own discussion topics. So any question you have in the health and wellness realm can be posted on the discussion board. I respond to each of these questions, but I'm not always the one posing the question. It could be anybody posing the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see that one that's anonymous, right? Somebody came in
Yes.
and posted a comment. So again, you can do it yourself. You can do it anonymously, and you can see that H&W Functional and Fitness. That's your mentor there, who put that one in there, which is awesome. Next slide, real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most important thing that Matt just pointed out, that you don't have to show yourself. Like if you have a question that you are a little concerned about, you can just ask it and be completely anonymous.
Yeah. Talk about experiences. Again, so many people, there's so many disciplines, and there's so many different aspects to health and wellness. And so again, it's like the library. The experiences are the books in the library. So anybody in the public community, I want everybody to listen, in a public community, anybody and everybody can come in and write an experience. And this is one of the ways that if you go through the training, this is a business builder for you. So you can write, a public experience, and that's giving away your thought process for free, but you put in the lesson learned a link that links people to your yoga group or your Live Well with Dr. Mel group. So it's a business builder.
Yes. And a public community is exactly what I wanted. I want people of all walks of life to share their experiences. It's not only going to help me, but it'll help everybody around you, and it'll help yourself when you put everything you've learned down on paper. It helps you grow as an individual, and you sharing your knowledge to the world is so important. Nobody knows when their last day is, and if you don't get everything out of yourself and through video or through blogging or through creating these beautiful experiences that Convene and Matt have developed, you'll realize right away, like after you do it, it's going to make you feel lighter, because by sharing your experience, you're really serving so many other people. And these experiences, they're all different types. Like health and wellness is a broad field. I am educated in physical therapy and yoga, but I'm not educated in skincare. I'm not educated in other fields. And by everybody coming in together, we're going to have a giant library of knowledge that can benefit so many people.
Yeah. And if you were able to click into these experiences, you would see these are from different people. They're from all different people and all that. So it's really good. So we'll go to the next slide. And you mentioned, skincare, for example. These are some of the groups that are in there, but one that you're not seeing is a skincare group, right? So there's, the ultimate goal is to bring other thought process, other group leaders and all that. So I bring that up because you have somebody that's building that out right now.
Yeah, it's great because I've been through the Convene platform performance group where Matt has taught me how to use the platform. So now I'm actually coaching Irene to build her skincare group. It's not yet there. She's still working on it. But now I'm able to coach her into creating her group and bringing her knowledge to the platform, which is so exciting because I can't learn it all, which I've tried. I'm yoga certified, sound healing certified, physical therapy certified, but I can't learn it all. And Irene has lots of knowledge on skincare. So I'm helping her put her knowledge into the group and bring it to the health and wellness community, which I'm really, really excited about.
And this is just some examples of some of the groups in there, but we need a whole lot more in there. And again, as the community leader, that's your job. One of the things that you do, and you're a Convene platform professional. So inside of that, you'll be building out this collaboration group and bringing other people that want to grow something special. You and I had a great talk about that the other day. And what I told you is that you want people to really feel like they're a part of the community. So if Irene, for example, Jody Watkins, Omar, to name a few, it's as much their say so as it is your say so. And your job is to lead everyone into growing a space that's special for everybody.
Yes, and everybody can develop into a leader as well. So it's not going to be just me leading the next person. After I've coached you, I expect you to bring somebody on and lead them to creating their group.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Mel, this has been great. This is exactly, you're doing amazing work. You're doing an amazing job. You're growing out something special. And I think now it's time to just take that health and wellness to the next level. So I'll let you tell everybody what you're looking for. How do you want to grow this thing out?
I'm really looking for anybody who's interested in health and wellness and has a passion for anything in the whole space. So chiropractors, physical therapists, people in skincare, anything that you are in this space for. So you can come in today and create your group. And then from there, we can actually make you an admin and you can post blogs. So it's your community as much as it is mine. And our goal is to make a big library of health and wellness to benefit and serve the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming on and talking about what you're doing. You're doing amazing. I'm looking forward to this growth that's taking place, and we'll continue to do great. And by the way, Dr. Mel is the first Convene mom. She's the first Convene baby. Yeah. So we always have to bring that up because that's exciting to me. That's it.
Well,
All right.
thanks so much, Matt and Doc.
Yeah, thank you so much. And also, Dr. Mel is in the podcasting community with her sister. Do a quick plug on that. On your podcast with your sister.
My sister started a podcast not too long ago. So we are in the podcast community that Doc is running. So I appreciate that, Doc. It's called Blissful Being. So you can check it out there.
Awesome. Well, thank you. All right, everyone, we're going to take a shorter break. We'll start the clock, but it'll be a shorter break. We'll be back at 2:30, and we're going to have Eugene Brown. And Eugene is going to talk about his community specifically, and then we'll close it out with some Q&A. So be thinking of your questions. If you're watching, please come in and ask some questions, make your comments. And in that last section, we're going to talk about what's coming, and that's key. And Brenda said, I love Dr. Mel. We all love Dr. Mel. Thank you, Dr. Mel. Here we are.
Here we are. Home stretch, fellas. Home stretch.
Home stretch. So last section, we're bringing, look at that sweatshirt. See, you changed shirts. You came with shirts. Everybody has Convene swag except Doc.
Great swag. Wonderful.
If you would like swag, you can go on the convenecommunities.com underneath shop and shop. And Doc, I'm working on some swag for you. So trust me, I got you. All right. Swag.
Checks in the mail. I get it. Yeah.
Everybody is going to be wearing Convene swag one day.
Yes, they will be
walking down with Convene swag on. It's going to be like a normal thing. So everybody knows that I'm a goal of mine. Everybody knows I fly for Team Penske, NASCAR, and Indy. So I fly these, drivers and Roger Penske and all that. And ultimate goal, I want to see that Convene logo on a NASCAR and an Indy car.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That's a goal of mine. All right, last section here. We're actually going to reverse it. In the other sections, we've started with talking about a topic, strategy, or we've been talking about, all the different experiences, groups, all those things. But this one, we're going to reverse it. So we're going to come in here and we're going to talk about you, Eugene, and we're going to talk about the trading stocks community. So just so we started out, again, I hate to have you do it, but I want you to do it. Just introduce yourself and get into why trading stocks. What got you into trading stocks? It's kind of a crazy story.
Okay. Well, a little bit about me. I make my home here in the Carolinas. I'm a married man of about 18 years almost, and I've got 4 children. I used to be a a financial planner with Ameriprise Financial Services, used to work for the Vanguard Group. I'm a former Army officer, served during the first Gulf War. And I became interested in stocks in college. And I'm a little bit older, and it was 1987. The stock market crashed. And I saw that the stock market represented a very serious opportunity for those that could figure it out. And got out of the military, had lots of ups and downs, job changes, investing money, losing money, and eventually figured out how to do it. Bought a lot of books. One of them was Trading Stocks for a Living. For those that are watching live, I used to have a number of written goals in the back of the book, which you guys probably can't see, but there's a chart here. And that was in 2006. And then if I go to the front of the book, it's the very same thing, goals that I tried to accomplish on a month-by-month basis with some success and a number of failures until I got washed out of the market. I was driving for Uber while we were working on the platform, and I was working on business, trying to control my own schedule, and realized that I could not be in a car when COVID hit. And I was able to take just a little bit of money and turn it into a healthy amount of money that time since 2021.
Yeah. So,
2020.
what we talk about, and sometimes you don't like to say it always out there, but we're talking about from Uber to millionaire, because that's what you did. You were able to go from Uber to millionaire, and which is just a phenomenal story. I mean, again, it's what everybody's dream is, to be honest with you. Is, can you take something that you know and can you turn it into something very profitable? And you were able to do that.
Yeah, and I'm thankful. I'm certainly, I don't take it for granted. We've talked about in the past, if you have a C note, and what does $100 mean to you? And for me, it was, $100 took my family to Olive Garden. $100 took the family of 6 to the movie theater, which I always say I may have to sneak in a Snickers bar or maybe a drink. But, in a very systematic way, I was able to go from about $5,000 to almost $3 million in a year. And I've got a way with which I try to teach people how to learn to trade. So if you're interested, I've got a live stream going. Send me a text, 704-488-8229. Better number, 704-488-0136. And let me know that you're interested. There's a number of ways, which we're going to get into, that I use the platform to help people learn how to trade stocks.
Yeah. A lot of people grind day to day. And that's what you were doing. When we were building the platform out early on, we were really working hard on that, but you were grinding. You were, look, I'll throw you some props, because you actually drove so much. You told me one time that Uber used to give you a bonus because you drove so much. That's a lot of driving.
Yeah, there was a lot of driving, a lot of driving, a lot of grinding. There's a lot of long days, and I think anybody who's successful has put in the time. No one makes excuses for success, but they always seem to make excuses for failure. Here's the reason why I didn't get it done. And they're usually excuses, but people who are really very, very focused, they'll figure out a way to get it done. And it starts with, having the right mindset, and then having certainly a platform like we have to be able to take something and scale it.
Let's stay on that topic real quick, because it hasn't been an overnight success, right? For us, it's a grind. We have worked hard to get where we are. We've worked hard, and the people who have been here and stuck around and stayed with us, and they're really working hard, because it takes work to be successful. I'm lucky enough to fly Roger Penske, in the airplane. And this man, I think I work hard, but he works harder than me. And he's, an older gentleman, 87. You don't become what he is without really putting your nose to the grind and working. And so it doesn't just fall into your lap all the time. Be great to be an overnight success, but that's few and far between. You have to believe in what you're doing, and you have to, really grind it out and make it happen. for sure.
Yeah, yeah, without question. And it's just the small things. I picked up a book. Certainly, I knew I was going to be on here, and I grabbed, the compound
Oh,
effect.
yes.
It's the little things that you do every day, these little habits, these little processes that you employ every single day to help you achieve what you're trying to achieve. So, yeah, it's a grind. There's a lot of work involved in trading stocks, but it's very systematized is how I approach the whole thing.
Well, it is. So let's talk about trading stocks. So let's get into your community and what you've been able to create, and just give everybody what you've done, the process you've put in place, and kind of what the overall goal is of that community.
Yeah, trading stocks community. I have coaching groups. Then I have a course that's in there, and then what I'm building are chapters. So with the coaching, it's about one-on-ones for those who want it. It's about putting people in groups to help them or meet them where they are, because some people are just starting out, and the language and the process of trading is all new to them. So I have a more of a beginner like group, and then of those who have some experience, or those who simply want to learn at a faster pace, then they can get with me, and we can do a lot of one-on-one hand holding throughout the week.
Yeah, there's so much to learning how to trade stocks. I've done some training with you and some learning from you, and there's so much to it. There's so many different ways you can do it, and people have different thought processes of what do they want to buy? Do they want to buy breakouts or whatever, all the different
Mhm.
terms, but there's so much to it that, yeah, gosh, yeah. How do you teach something like that? And what I'm getting by that is like, you've succeeded. So I can watch your course on buying breakouts, but I will have questions. I need to talk to you. And that's what makes your platform and through Convene different, is because I need access to you.
Yeah.
I need to be on with you and
Yeah,
learn
I
from
think that is incredibly important in some fields, or some endeavors, if you will. It is very important that you have a coach, and I think everyone who's been great at something probably had a coach somewhere, whether that's a great actor or actress. Michael Jordan had a coach. All of these guys have had and still have, whether they're mindset coaches or coaches in their particular profession. So having access to me will certainly help you with the learning curve, because quite honestly, I've been through it. I've
Yeah.
made tons and tons of mistakes. I never had a coach. I went through all the ups and downs. I have a very solid foundation of what it takes to be able to trade stocks profitably, consistently, every single day or every single week. And like anything else, there's a methodology to all of it.
Yeah. And that's so important. So you have groups, you have modules, you have discussion boards, and then you have live calls. So tell people kind of what the thought process is behind all the combination of everything.
Yeah, discussion boards, I don't use them as much, but if someone has a question as these groups grow, uh, probably someone else has the same question. And so I love the discussion board feature that is there. So I encourage people, put your question in the discussion board. So specifically, if someone had a question about Tesla and they were reporting earnings this week, maybe other people have the same question, and I'm able to go in there and give you my thoughts on Tesla, show you the charts, show you the technical and the fundamental analysis, take you through why this might make a good buy or a not a good buy. And then, I'm able to interact with you, going beyond discussion boards. There's the opportunity for lessons learned. If I've learned something from a particular trade, I can blog in there. I certainly can create what we call experiences, where I can go a little bit more in depth about a particular training or a particular opportunity with a stock. And then there's obviously, you being able just to call me on the phone is
Yeah.
huge, for you to be able to ask me questions. I've Had a number of people do that this week because we had a company who they landed their lander on the moon, and it was a pretty big deal for the stock. And so people certainly made some really good money leading up to it. And then come to find out Friday, late after hours, it actually ended up tipping over. So the stock dropped significantly.
Wow.
And, people had questions about, hey, is this a buy? Is this not a buy? So there were a lot of people watching. But what I tell them, there's always an event. It may
Yeah.
not be a global event like landing on the moon, but there's always an event. There's always catalysts with
Yeah.
stocks. And you just got to know how to figure those out and how do you take advantage of them.
And you got to know when to take the money.
Yeah. I say that often, take the money. And I know I'm going to be on some calls probably tomorrow, and I'll be curious to see if some folks took the money, because I told them around $12 a share would probably be a good price to take the money. Although we went to 14.
What's it at now?
It's at $6 and some change.
Because it tipped over.
Because it tipped over. That's what they've heard in the interview from, I guess, either the CEO or someone who just tried to say, hey, that the lander is still reading. We're still going to be able to achieve our objectives, but it is actually sideways at this point. And so a lot of the philosophies and the concepts and the strategies that I go over, trying to help people learn how to trade stocks, one of those things that I tell them is to take the money a lot of times when it is there, but by understanding the moving pieces, it will help you arrive at whatever decision that you should be arriving at. So taking the money.
That's actually a fascinating story there, that it tipped over.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow. So that's pretty cool. And so that trading stocks community is a great community. You're doing great things. You're teaching people how to trade stocks. You're working with clients, group clients, individual clients, all those different things. And you're growing something significant, and it's going to grow more. We have a race on between you and your saying, we still have the queen. We started with her, the queen of Convene, but you got Brenda Warren that's watching right now. She's like saying, you don't have a chance. We have Kate. We have all these people. It's a big competition going on within Convene, and you're telling them, watch out. What do you have to say to them?
Yeah, I would tell them, pack a lunch, make sure you get your rest, because I'm really going to leverage the platform. And I think by what I offer and the price point that I'm going to offer it here soon, which is going to be $10. Everybody in America can afford to learn how to trade stocks. And I'm going to do it in the confines of, and we'll talk about it in a minute, of more of the franchise chapter model. So if someone, say you have 9 other friends, and you guys want to start a little investment group or a little chapter, you guys each will be able to pay $10, and your chapter is responsible for paying the $100 a month. And there's going to be tons and tons of content that you're going to be able to learn from. It just won't be stocks. I'm going to be bringing on guests, whether they be real estate folks, personal finance folks, retirement folks, etc. It's the model that we talked about probably, Matt, a year and a half ago, Convene Cities.
Yeah.
Kind of that sort of model. And when I do that, Brenda, Lisa, and all those guys will be left in the dust. It's going to be shameful.
Yeah. Well, and you're also going to, really work hard, which everybody needs to work hard on, bringing premier members to the site, right? You bring premier members to the site. It doesn't have to be in trading stocks. They can go in any community, any place. And by bringing premier members, teaching them and working with them on how to leverage the system, that's what we want to do, and how to grow their business. But if you're the one who brought that premier member, one, you make a fee off the membership. But anytime that somebody else sells their content, remember, they sell their own content, they keep it all. Anytime somebody else sells their content, it enters the referral system. And so there's referral fees to be made. So.
Yes. And that's a beautiful thing, incentivizing people to not only help themselves, but to help other people by making coaching groups or courses available for them to leverage. That's a really good thing. And we talked about that in an earlier session. So, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Eugene,
Well,
we really need to work on your confidence.
Right?
yeah. Yeah. I'm going to get him into my confidence course and try to teach him about it. So,
Confidence is key.
yeah. So no, Eugene, I appreciate you. You know, you're one of my, we're best friends there. We got, a great thing going. We've worked hard to build this. We're growing it out, but it's been a grind, and I'm glad you talked about that because it takes work, it takes effort, and the system works. The system works, and so we're going to go into anything else you want to add about trading stocks before we jump into the Q&A. So if anybody has any questions, go ahead and put them in there now. We are going to open the phone line as well. But I'll let you close out on your personal community on trading stocks, and what are your goals in this next year?
Yeah, just to help as many people as I can, and to further prove the model that is already working like a champ. That is Convene Communities, and so by taking taking the lead, if you will, in what I do, it will allow others to follow, because they'll see how well it is working, and they'll see, what I'm doing, and they can certainly they
Yeah.
can try to follow along. The Brendas and the Kates of the world. They just try to follow along. So yeah, we love what we do, and we just want to do more of it in 2024. Those guys, Brenda and Kate, are doing a fantastic job. They know.
Yeah, they really are. We have so many amazing people doing an incredible job, and so if we can help everybody raise their game and find some other people who have a story, have a passion, have something that they want to grow, we're going to help you grow. We got coaches, this Convene platform professional, where you can come in and become part of that group. That's our professional association, and we're going to teach everything you need to know about the platform. And when you know it, you can teach it. But to know it, to teach it, it's like Kate said earlier, she had to build it. She had to get in there and learn how to use it. And then you really get smart on how to teach somebody else to do it. So what you're saying right there, Eugene, is they can look at what you're building, they see what you're building, they can replicate what you're building in their own way, in their own little way, and try to catch you if you're so good to take the lead.
Yeah, and I would say people who are watching this later, whether it's a month from now or tomorrow, take what take your passions, take that thing that gets you up in the morning, and leverage it. The life we live and the world we live in, it favors people who do.
Look, I'm not leveraging my dog.
Leverage the dog, but there are those who do, and they're just simply those who don't. There are those who will, and there are those who won't. You take what you know, I don't care on what platform, and change your life, whether that's with stocks, whether that's with personal finance, whether that's with physical therapy, writing books, whatever it is. Get out of your comfort zone so that one day you'll be able to do some things you never thought you were going to be able to do. So I'll leave you with that.
And you do care what platform you want it to be Convene.
That's right.
Ideally.
By the way, Eugene, Brenda says that she's coming for you, and she's going full gunny mode.
I love it. I love it. Pack a lunch.
We'll see. All right. Well, thanks, Eugene. Again, your community is great. We're doing great things. We're going to continue to grow. When you grow, I grow, and Convene grows. And so that's a cool thing. And it's the same for the programs that you're building out. If you can build these chapters out, when they grow, you grow, and all that. So it's actually a wonderful, wonderful thing. Great day though, Doc. I mean, and Eugene, this has been really good. We've brought some of our leaders out. The day started with Lisa, and then had Kate, then Brenda, and then brought Laurel in, and then Dr. Mel, and ended with Eugene, and obviously we had Jeff on and all that earlier. So just a good day.
I'd like to give a big shout out to everyone who's watching that's supporting.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been really good. Share these. Come in and join the group inside of Convene. In fact, while we're doing that, I'll actually come in here because I built the group out. It'll take us a little bit of time to continue to build the group out. I've worked Doc hard today, and he's been gracious enough to do it. Hit that donate button up in the corner. That money goes to Doc, everyone. But I'm going to put in the chat here. I'm going to put in, actually, I
Well,
can do it through here.
the money goes to me, sure, but it goes right back
Sure.
to this.
Yeah,
100%.
absolutely.
100% of it.
100% of it goes in there, but we want people to come in and be a part of this. I'm going to go in here and put the join button. You can join Convene, but you can join specifically once you get in there, the group and all that. So, yeah, so let's take some questions. If you got any questions out there, anyone, please ask right now. And then we're going to talk a little bit about coming up here after I drop this group in there. This is a free group. Please, everybody go join it and collaborate, ask questions, get to know the members of it, get to put discussion boards in there. You can specifically talk to Eugene, specifically talk to Brenda, Kate, Dr. Mel, Laurel, everybody that's been a part of this today. And that's what we do. We collaborate.
There's no pressure to join, but if I'm just throwing this out there, if you don't join, I know a guy that might come over there and break your kneecaps.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Mike.
All right.
What up, Big Mike?
There's Big Mike right there. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's talk about what's coming for Convene a little bit, because this is exciting. We've been at this a minute. I started out many years ago, and I was building this just white label. So I worked just business to business. And speaking of, Mike coming on here, and all that, is that we have a team that's that we'll call business to business was version 1.0. When we got on and we built the communities out, we built version 2.0. And now we have a team, Mike being a big person that's a big part of that. We have a team that's starting on Convene 3.0. We've learned a lot during the process of building this out. And what's cool about it is that we're going to end up growing this thing out and building it out. It'll be a mobile app. There's going to be so much more to the platform. It'll be streamlined. It's going to revolutionize the way people are doing online training and online collaboration. Mike is an expert in data. He's a data engineer, but he's also an expert in AI. We'll be incorporating AI into the platform to help content creators create and all that. So there's a lot of stuff we're going to be able to do. I can't wait. I'm excited. So either get on board now, or you'll be behind.
Left behind. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm excited for the changes that are coming as well this year. But I never want that, not that it will for people, slow them down. You hear about something that's coming, a different change. Keep focusing on what we have, which is good enough, more than good enough to change your life on just what we have now. When it just continues to get better, it'll just get all the easier. So if you grind now and you put in the work and you systematize what we have and you leverage, scale it, and all the rest of it, think about when they make it simpler and easier.
Mike and these guys, and Todd and Austin and John and these people that are going to be working on this, they're much smarter than we are. And so, to your point, Eugene, keep building. Come in here and get started in the platform. Yeah, don't stop, because people will do that. We've talked about that in the past. They'll be like, "Well, I'll just wait for the new platform." No, you need to get started now, because these guys are smart enough that what you build here will just get imported into the updated version.
Matt, speaking of behind, Brenda says what is coming is Eugene getting his butt kicked.
That is true. I love it.
She's full of jokes. I'm still waiting to see it, but
oh.
Well, I'm going to just throw it out there. All of you are trying to catch Lisa Herring, so that's. I'm just saying it. I'm just going to be honest with you. I have a long ways to go to catch her.
No, we don't have a long way to go.
I love that, though.
It will happen fast. She knows that.
The Queen of Convene. I love that.
Yeah, that is really cool. Yeah, and look, she's a definite. She's a definite example of. There's no excuses. We're talking about somebody that came in, admittedly, older with her IT skills and all of that, and she does the best. I mean, not that y'all don't do great, but I'm throwing out the challenges and all that. But she does wonderful, and she makes no excuses. But she works hard. She works hard, and she'll be the first to admit she could even grow bigger. But she's wonderful. She's married to a Marine. She's his caretaker, helps him out a lot, and just changes lives all over the planet. So it's really good.
Yeah, the
Really
key
good.
I think with Lisa is simple game plan, execute it well, great customer service, just nothing that everybody on the call or everybody watching us in the future cannot do. Lisa is over 60, and she has gotten it done with a strategy, and then she starts to leverage things. And when she gets to the point where she can actually scale it, I will say then she will be a formidable
Oh,
opponent.
wow. Well, simply, you look at it, she has a module with 22 experiences in that module. That module was built in November 2020 is when it launched. It's never been changed. It still does the trick. And she makes her money in the discussion board. The
Yes.
discussion boards are key. I'll tell everybody that.
When I think of Lisa, two words come to mind: crushing it.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, listen, other things great. I want to just reiterate that. I can go down the line. Brenda is coming up with a great plan to teach entrepreneurs. Kate, what she's going to be doing with what she is doing in her midweek pit stop, what she's going to be doing with Discover You is a program where she's growing that model of training the trainers and creating the mentors for Discover You. And they're going to grow. They're already successful. Like she said, they've already impacted, 30, 40,000 kids up in Michigan. They know that they can take that same program, put it in Convene, train the trainers, and go out and replicate that and train people and help people all over the country. And, one of the, I'm a counselor. So one of the top things that we talk about a lot is parenting and our youth are so important. And so that program is going to just change lives. And that brings in the platform with a purpose there. I can go on and on. Laurel's doing great things in the death doula movement and teaching people to be faith-based death doulas. But she's the original person who came in and created the franchise model. But she came in, Eugene, with wanting to create two modules just to get people taught how to be a faith-based death doula. Now she has a full franchise model that she's not the only. She's rallying her troops. She's all their people that are working with her. They want to lead their states. So she's going to be teaching them, or she is teaching, not want to, will be. She is teaching them how to replicate the system, but they use her training and all that. And I go on and on. It's unstoppable.
Well, you could go on and on, just not here today.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're almost ready to wrap up. One of the things I do want you to mention is as far as those changes that are coming that Mike and some of the other folks are going to be working on is permissions. What's the structure of
Thank you.
communities?
Yeah. So glad you said that. So one of the big changes that we have coming is, we talked about this today. We have communities, two types of communities: personal communities and public communities. So the example of that is Dr. Mel owns the health and wellness community. You own a personal community. So we'll just take that. The reason why we built out a personal community was for you and Lisa Herring. Lisa's very niched. You were niched in what you were doing. But then we had the public community of health and wellness coaches. We'll use that example. What we've learned over time is that these two different communities have different permissions. In the public community, anybody and everybody can come in and create a group. And the idea behind that is you want people to come in and you want to grow this massive group and this massive organization with inside of the hat of health and wellness. So people can come in, create their groups and grow, and you'll work with them to teach them. Inside of your community, for example, how you're going to change it and you're going to create these groups, these hubs, chapters, or whatever you're going to end up calling. In the current format, you can do that, but it takes just a lot more work because you have to create the group and then you have to make that person the owner of the group. So you have to work around it. In the updated version, permissions are very important. So when you come in and let's say you're going to be a community leader, and there's a process to become a community leader. Not just everybody can become a community leader. You go through a process. Well, when you become that community leader, and I come in and I take your course and I want to start a chapter in North Carolina in the trading stocks community in your community, you actually go to my profile and my permissions, and you give me access to create that group. So you still own that group, but you're giving people permission, different permissions. Right now, if you're a community leader, you control the community blogs. But let's say that Doc is a great person at writing blogs. You can go to Doc and you can say, hey, Doc, would you please be a contributor to the community? And he's like, yeah, I'd love to do that. So you go to Doc and you give him permission to write community blogs. And so when he writes it, it'll still be submitted to you, but you will be able to schedule it out. Let's say he writes it this weekend and you want that to go out Monday. You'll be able to schedule that to go out Monday and approve it on the timing. So the permissions that are going to be built in, a community is going to be a community, is going to be a community, but we will set the permissions when that community leader becomes the community leader. Is it going to be more of a public community, or is it going to be more of a personally owned community, or is it going to be a hybrid community where you want to be able to give people permissions inside of your community? That changes the game. That changes the game completely, because Discover You, for example, you have to go through their course. You have to complete their curriculum. Once you complete their curriculum, they say, okay, this is great. Now, Matt, we're going to make you a Discover You coach in the state of North Carolina. Now we give you permission to create that group. And I'm able to create that group through the coaching process of Kate and the other people that are running that. And so it gives me the ability to do that. I just can't go in there and do it like a public community. If I'm a health and wellness coach, I can go in and I can create my health and wellness group based around whatever it is, lifting weights or whatever it is, powerlifting or yoga or whatever. I don't have to ask for permission to do that. I can just go do it. So, did that answer the question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure you covered that.
Everything. But that's a lesson learned for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's progression and growth, which is good. Last thing I'll mention is, inside of the Convene community, there's a couple of things you can do. If you're somebody that comes in, when you come in and when you start creating content, it's not just about learning from Matt Curran. It's about learning from this amazing group of platform professionals that we've created. So if you join the Convene Platform Professional Association that we have in there, you're going to actually be able to be in there with everybody that was on this call today. So you're going to be in there with all of the people who are the main people. We have meetings, we have calls. In there's curriculum on how to really understand and learn the platform. There's some nuances about the platform. There's some strategies about the platform that when you become that platform professional and you become that, remember, it's not just community leaders. When you become that group leader, you can do the same thing inside of a group. You can create a group and you can create your own franchise and coaching model inside of that group. Doesn't have to be the franchise. You can do that at the group level. You control it, but you want to be a part of that because that's where we do a lot of the training to teach people all the stuff to be that platform professional and certify you as the platform professional. So think about that. Please join it. We give a great referral fee for referring people to join that group. And then if you really want to come down to it and you want to learn from the person who created this platform, you can go through an accelerator program with me and I'll accelerate you through to get your content up in less than 12 weeks. So you are fully up and running and creating and growing your community. And that is the accelerator program inside of the Convene community. But just join, become part of us, learn. There we go.
There we go.
All right. Anything else from anybody? Got anything to add?
Nope. I would add, Matt, you did a great job. I wasn't on all day, but I like that you are a workhorse. love that we have the platform that enables so many people as we grow to be able to get a lot done. I think, I say it all the time, sometimes it's just $200-300 that can change a person's life. And for what we offer in the platform, I think everybody should be able to change their lives and build something that's not only monetary, but it's just, maybe building value through our system as
Absolutely.
well by interacting and learning from others and then participating in that life-changing learning process. So love what you do. I'm glad to be on the ride with you. And I think I'm always a little impressed about your endurance all day. Doc, you've done a great job enduring all day long,
Thank you, sir.
helping people do what we're doing. So both of you guys, I tip of the cap to you guys
Yeah.
today.
Wouldn't be possible without you, Doc. I really mean that. So you've taken our game from the minor leagues to the professional league, the MLB. So I appreciate it. All right. Hey, come join us. We will be doing Convene 24 live this fall. That's going to be an event. Remember, things are great when we can all get together and we can all, come together and make this platform with a purpose. Everybody here is making a big difference in life, in so many lives. And we just want to, come together and impact lives all over the place. That's what Convene Community is all about. All right. Thank you very much for watching today. And everybody have a great rest of your Saturday.